Okay, hello everybody. So we are now about to go into the world of Final Fantasy 15. I myself am a big Final Fantasy fan, so I am very much so looking forward to this run. It is going to be a slightly longer run, and we will be swapping hosts near the end. Yes, so it is kyoslilmonster. Hello, I can see you just there in the chat with your little emo. How are you today?
Doing all right. A little early for us East Coasters, but we'll get through the run. This should be a pretty simple, easy, about 4.5 hour run.
Oh, fabulous. So it should be pretty painless, we hope. So we are going to get started now. If anyone has any messages or any questions in the chat, then feel free to send them across and I'll try and interject. And don't forget, we have got the incentive when you donate to get a picture of your favourite at the end, okay? So I'm ready whenever you're ready to get started. Let's go.
All right, cool. I'll give a countdown of 3, 2, 1, go. So this is Final Fantasy 15. Love it or hate it. I personally enjoy this game. Amazing soundtrack. Definitely a very easy entry into the Final Fantasy series if you're looking to speedrun it. Fairly active Discord. If you need any information, just feel free to ask. But we are basically going to spend the next 4.5 hours as a bachelor party that has just gone terribly wrong. We're going to actually start towards the end of the game. If anyone's familiar with Guy Ritchie films, it's kind of like that. We're going to start at the end, work our way back. We are introduced to our lovely cast of characters. In our party, we'll have Noctis, who is the main playable character, Gladio, Ignis, and Prompto.
No Guy Ritchie films, they start at the end and they work their way backwards.
Yep. Shoutouts to pretty much most of his films.
Yeah, definitely. So how long have you been running the game for?
I think this is the 3rd or 4th year I've been doing it. I've just been dragging this game around for a while.
I just don't think
it's honestly, it's amazing how much this run has just kind of progressed since its inception, how much it's changed. We are going to be running the Royal Edition, which was released, I want to say 2 years ago. That kind of changed up the end game content, added a bit more fluff and a couple of extra items for us to use along the way.
Oh, okay, fabulous. That's absolutely fine.
And I gotta mute the game audio so everyone's VODs don't get muted.
Oh,
yeah.
It's one of those, is it?
Yeah, it's Florence and Machine's cover of Benny Hill's Stand By Me, but Square doesn't own the rights to it. Like, they're cool with you streaming it, but it will get, like, VOD muted. So I'd rather not have that happen to anyone else's hard work and, you know, make your potential marathon run pretty much unusable.
No, of course, that's fine. That's fine. That's a good tip for anyone in chat that wants to play at all.
Yeah, if you plan on you know, archiving your runs. This is fun. Our car broke down. We're like, you know, just barely out of insomnia. See it back there. Don't know why no one has cell phone signal. No one bothered bringing a gas can. But we're just gonna.
Nice car.
It is very nice. I believe Audi actually made a direct version of this. There is one in existence, I believe.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it's weird. There's this game kind of spawned a few things, and I'm not sure if you're familiar with like Super Groupies, but they basically make a lot of video game inspired stuff. This game has a lot of product placement from companies like Nissan to Coleman for the camping stuff, but also you can buy all these clothes directly from Vivienne Westwood, who designed Luna Freya's dress in this game. They undertook it to literally just make all of these clothes retail available. I mean, quote unquote retail available. If you want to grab Noctis's look, I think it's like $3,000 or $4,000 for the whole ensemble. Oh, yeah, wow. It's very designer, very chic.
Wow, that is amazing. I mean, that's insane. When you think about the early days of Final Fantasy, I wonder if they ever imagined it to get to Vivienne Westwood $3,000 outfits.
I have no idea, but I had a discussion because I was running this last night. Like, it's mild. It's pretty tasteful product placement throughout the game. It's not very in your face. It's just, you know, hey, by the way, this is this. But we're gonna enter into basically what becomes the home base of the game. This is Hammerhead. We get to meet Cindy. For anyone outside of the US, I believe her name is Sydney. I'm not sure why there's a difference between NA and like the rest of the world. It kind of exists. Don't really have an answer for that one.
I suppose it's like the whole Aerith argument as well.
Yeah. I'm not sure how she has never burned her stomach working on hot cars, but more power to her. We are basically this is going to be like our little introduction section, like, hey, here's how the game works, here's how combat works, here's the map. But basically we're dropping our car off at the garage with a guy named Sid. Yes, that's Sid. How many outfits did they sell? Who knows? Probably a lot more than you think. It's like I was actually going to get the Super Groupies had a run up for Emil's scarf from Near Replicant, and I was like kind of hemming and hawing about it because it was on the pricier side of life. And by the time I was like, you know what, I'm gonna get it, which was like a few hours after they went live, I'm pretty sure they sold out.
Wow.
So I'm gonna do some menuing here just to get myself set up for the run.
Okay, whilst you do that, do you mind if I read the mission statement again?
Go ahead, feel free.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine then. So everyone who is new here to the Thunderthon, here to see some Final Fantasy 15, it's kyoslilmonster running it. We are running the Royal Edition, any percent no rink. We are running today for the Worldwide Veterinary Services. Right now, thousands of animals are suffering silently with no chance of ever receiving veterinary care. Like you, we don't think this is fair. Worldwide Veterinary Service provides free expert care to animals in need all over the world. We do this by sending vets where they are needed most, training them to increase the standard of care globally, and by shipping urgent aid supplies worldwide every week of the year. Especially now during the pandemic, it's more important than ever that we support these charities. So feel free to send any donations. And again, there is the incentive running during the Final Fantasy 15 run of the Final Photo Bid War. Okay.
Cool. So a couple notes on our equipment. I swapped around a bunch of outfits. You'll see Noctis change his outfits quite a few times during the run. This was something that was added to the game in one of the patches, mainly when they were dealing with how difficult 13 was. It is an outfit that, while in combat, gives us pretty much invulnerability, and you basically can't be interrupted. It lasts 30 minutes inside combat. You can use it for a maximum of 30 minutes per 24 hours. I swapped to this one just because it makes this area a little bit more consistent. We are also doing most of our damage with Ragnarok and the Warp Strike ability. Ragnarok was a weapon that was added that has pretty insane damage properties. When it comes to Warp Strikes, I did not want to do that. That's fine. We also added the Blazefire Saber, which we're not using for anything besides the fact that it gives us a little bit of extra MP. We can move a bit. And I also have Mage Mashers. I will need them for Warp Strikes. Movement tech in this game is sneaky boy. A little bit interesting. I wish it wasn't the way it is, but as it turns out, jumping is 10% faster than running. So we're just going to jump pretty much the entire time. The only movement faster than that is warp striking, and as you can see, that's limited by MP. So when I have the available magic to do it, I will do it. I'll just break everyone's hearts now. There will be no chocobos in this run. It takes too long to unlock them. You might see them. You might see them, but we're not going to use them. So basically, we've been sent out on a quest by Cindy. This is like our little introduction, like, hey, here's how the game's going to work with like quests and stuff. We have to go find a guy named Dave. Dave turns out to be really cool in the later stages of the game, as he is like the head of the hunters. So he'll give you all sorts of quests, and he also has a side quest to collect like fallen hunters, like dog tags. It's pretty neat, pretty deep story. But basically, we're just kind of getting our feet under us, getting the controls of the game. You haven't had to do anything super intricate yet. You just kind of want to get into battle, get out of battle as quickly as possible. Standard speedrun stuff when it comes to RPGs.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, A little weird on some placements here. Ugly. That's not super efficient. I'm going to end up getting stopped right there. But Dave is over in yonder shack. We'll make sure we give him a proper saving. Try and avoid running out of MP if possible during this entire first chapter. If you can, it saves like 2 seconds because there's a little pop-up dialogue that you can just skip. Bad enemy formation this morning. That's all right.
Oh dear.
Is what it is. The first chapter is kind of very, very all over the place. Dave's not here, man. Shoutouts to little Sharky texting me this morning to make sure I was awake.
What time is it where you are?
I got up at 7. Currently, it's 9:05 a.m.
Oh gosh, start the day right with some Final Fantasy. That's all I can say.
To be fair, I've had earlier and later slots in marathons, so I'm just kind of used to it. So Dave's gonna ask us like, hey, by the way, there's this big monster. He toughed me up pretty good. Do you mind taking care of it? And we're like, yeah, dude, we'll just do it for free. You rest your sprained ankle or whatever you got. And then,
how can you say you don't look like hunters? Look at your outfits.
Exactly. Speaking of, time for another outfit change. I'm going to swap into our very nice Royal outfit. This is another one that was added through Royal Edition. It gives us one of my favorite benefits, which is very rapid MP regeneration. Didn't get the skip again. 0 for 2 in marathons this week. If our movement is right, you saw there's a little shift in the screen, which I knew it wasn't going to happen. There is the possibility of skipping this interaction because Ignis will get hung up on some piece of either just like architecture or some sort of texture in the map, and he just won't be able to like chase you, which is really nice. A lot of the skips in this game, you know they work when nothing happens. There's quite a few of them that help us save a little bit of extra time along the way. And this is our big bad Bloodhorn. I'm actually going to use most of the game's art has Noctis using the engine blade. This is the one time in the run I'll end up using it because this enemy drops elemental magic that I need. So you said you're working your way through the series. Have you had a chance to play this yet or no?
I haven't. I actually bought it from in the UK. It's not GameStop, but it's another shop similar to that. I bought the special edition for, albeit for the PlayStation 4, but it was £5 whole.
That's not bad at all.
I was so pleased.
That is not good.
So it is kind of on the list, but they are a very long list of games to make your way through.
Sharky saw this happen yesterday, and we basically just had the same thing happen. I did not get what I needed from this guy due to him moving and just basically wasting my time. I'm gonna have to reroute on the fly for the rest of the run now.
Oh no.
It's fine. This is my second time doing it in under 24 hours.
Oh, okay. So this happened last night, did it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like literally because of that though, I did actually have a shot at PBing. So.
Oh, okay, fab.
Yeah, this game's a little weird in some places. We do have a very interesting fast travel mechanic though, which I really do enjoy. You can actually fast travel to 2 points as a character. Now that we have the car, we can fast travel to where the car is, which is nice because, you know, if you're out casual, you can go chase down whatever quest you're on, or if you see something cool and then just like pop right back to your car. The other area that you can fast travel to is the last place you rested. We will be heavily abusing and using these mechanics to save as much time as possible. I am running this on a PS4 Pro with a solid state drive installed, so load times are an absolute minimum. And we're going to be using and abusing that as much as we can, especially in Chapter 3. There's a lot of movement, and I can actually skip an entire section of the game just by saving and quitting out and reloading. Oh well, so I got a hot route on the fly. Basically, right now I have not enough magic to make the magic that I want. So I'm gonna have to kind of just make a few changes to when I get some abilities. I'm also gonna have to change what my magic make is, but we should be fine. Anyway, we get this dope car, and our buddy Ignis is like, "Well, Noct, would you like to drive it?" I'll be like, "Yes, I like to drive. I am the world's worst passenger, literally. I could not." Actually, no. The last time I was in the passenger seat, I think we were going to the pet store, maybe. But it's not very often. I'm gonna take the chance here to sell off a bunch of stuff I'm not going to need, which sadly includes the fishing stuff. If you've not played the fishing in this game, it is absolutely fun. Our money looks pretty good though, 711. And I'm actually gonna make a very early change to what I normally do and buy 2 extra ingredients. I'm just gonna buy 98 sheep's milk. It's rather inexpensive. That only cost us 990 gil. I'm gonna grab 2 choco bean and 2 sweet pepper. I made a mistake last night that basically prevented me from PBing, and I'm never going to make it again.
Okay. So, do you enjoy the introduction of like cars to the series?
I think it's a really interesting move. I mean, we're not sure, like, so as you've played through Final Fantasy, you notice that some games are actually set in similar or the same universe.
Yes.
I'm not sure how far you've gotten up, but Final Fantasy Tactics, Final Fantasy 12, and Vagrant Story actually are all in the same world, and I believe the way it looks, Final Fantasy 16 might be set in that world as well. But this is an entirely separate universe known unto itself, which is pretty cool. I personally love the feel of this game.
Yeah.
They have tweaked the encounter rates in the like overworld area, which is nice, so it doesn't feel as desolate. But this is a really cool, really cool game. I like. You notice the first load that we had in the game was somewhat long. That load loads pretty much the entire map.
Oh, okay.
All of it. Like, so basically, this game was designed that you just kind of take that, oh man, this first load's a bit of a hit. Yeah. But you should, pretty much no matter what you do, unless you're on PC and you change actually how quick you can move, there should be almost no overworld loads in this entire game. Which personally I enjoy. It's a pretty neat universe. I like the setting. I like the lore attached to it. But now, cars are cool.
I like the design on the car. The nod back to kind of the 2D sort of games.
You get all. Yeah. You can actually. There's so many ways you can actually customize the car. There's paint. There's stickers. There's decals. Yeah. Which is nice because normally that's like DLC stuff, and this it's just like, hey, go find some paint or like, oh, okay. Cindy has a couple of quests. You can actually upgrade the speed of the car. You can turn it into a monster truck. You can make it fly. You can actually change the headlights on it so you can drive it at night. One of the big things is they don't really like you free driving at night because the demons spawn. And yeah, you can kind of just eventually through a series of side quests, you can actually get headlights that basically ward demons off, and you can drive around at night, and it's pretty cool. Yeah, the suicide doors. Don't really see those much in production cars. Last one I think that had them standard was the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Should have the rear opening doors. You know, I'm getting a little bit tired already, though. This might be a problem.
Do you? Someone needs some coffee.
I got some good tea, but I'm gonna pull the car over. Do you mind if I like take a nap real quick? I'm just gonna set up camp right here. I also have to grab this lightning before I do that, though. It's kind of important. Let me see how much exactly I get. 39. Okay, so +1 average. Yeah, I can make this work. But I'm just gonna call it here. I'm gonna just take a little nap. Maybe I'll wake up, feel better. Camping, another cool thing. This is now gonna count as our rest area, and I have to grab pretty much all of our photos should be here, thankfully. Gladio's gonna hammer a stake into sheer bedrock. He's just that strong with that tiny little hammer in his massive manly hands. Ignis is going to offer us food. Food is very important in this game. There are all sorts of crazy benefits and buffs and debuffs you can get from it. That makes the run a bit easier. Even casually, there's a lot of fun things you can do with it. Okay, so I need to save a picture of Noctis. Hello. There's Ignis. Prompto's in this photo.
So physics don't count in the world of Final Fantasy, but food and cooking do.
Physics kind of does. There is fall damage in this game.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
There is. There's actually, so the base version of this game, they actually have been trying to work on skips for actually some of the final boss area, and you can get yourself out of bounds by climbing up high enough with point warps.
Oh.
The RX-8 from stock was, I believe, a three-door coupe, I believe, and they had reversible opening doors, which was rather strange. But that car was super cool. The first gen was a little rough though. Like most rotary engines, you do need to feed it about a quart of oil every 1,000 miles. But the first batch of those had really bad issues with the thermostat, which in a rotary engine, especially in that configuration, is an absolute pain to change and deal with. Hi, I have random car facts. I also am going to talk about food a lot during this run, so I don't hope anyone's hungry. I'll just get it open right now. Pop-Tarts or ravioli. Pineapple belongs on pizza.
Oh dear. That's a controversial thing to say here on Twitch.
I mean, look, try it with a little bit of bacon or ham to get that salty and sweet effect. If you're adventurous, throw some jalapeno into the mix, and you got spicy, sweet, and salty. It's a great flavor combination.
No, that's fine. I support the idea. I'm a fan of pineapple on pizza.
I mean, you can what face me all you want. I mean, I run a cooking stream once a month, so it does not bother me. Another interesting thing that Royal Edition added is we do have first-person view. I never actually got around to running a speedrun entirely in first-person view. I'll probably do it one of these days. But there is a minor benefit to it. For some reason, it skips the pickup animation and saves us a couple of seconds throughout the run. Yeah, tomatoes are fruit. Seeds are on the inside.
I don't care about fruit. I care about sweet fruit.
Savory fruit. So anyway, we're basically, this bachelor party's kicked off. I'm going to go marry my wife, maybe do some fishing. It'll be a good time, but there's no boats here, which is the problem. So we're going to talk to this guy who is some sort of mob boss from Boston or New Jersey or New York, and his name's Dino. He's going to basically blackmail you. This is a felony. Please do not do this. Basically, he's going to threaten us and say, hey, I know who you are. It'd be really awful if people knew you were out here gallivanting around, and we're just going to be like, yes, you're right. He's like, well, look, here's the deal. I'm going to twist your arm into getting me some gemstones from this very dangerous place. And even if you basically stand your ground, you're just kind of forced into it, because apparently we are weak-willed. But thankfully, where we have to go is coincidentally right near where I camped. It's almost like I planned it. It did just kind of actually work out that way, which is really nice. We used to turn around and drive, and this ended up being faster for all versions of the game, which is super nice. You don't need to have a solid state to pull this trick off. The other thing with our routing is we actually need that lightning there, so we kind of have to stop anyway, because that's the only place we can get it. Due to routing difficulties, I'm just going to grab a little bit of ice there, and then I have to grab some fire in Chapter 2 to make my magic. The magic in this game is actually a lot different from pretty much every other Final Fantasy. Our MP does not go to magic use. It literally is only around for movement purposes. Yeah, so basically you will make a very limited amount of magic throughout the game, and it has a 30-second cooldown on usage. The reason behind this is, and we'll find it out in the second chapter, is it is very easy to make very overpowered magic very early in the game. I bought all that sheep's milk. We're going to use that to make like insanely powerful magic that will still be one-shotting enemies well into chapter 5 and 6. But this is Zoo. You'll meet back up with him later if you do some side quests. But basically just a little introduction to the size of enemies that you will be facing in this game. There's a very nice kind of show and tell that goes on with the audience. For those of you that haven't played it and are wondering why, hey, this game seems very introduction-y, the premise of this game was actually literally in the first screen that you get after the game boots up, which is a Final Fantasy for fans and first-timers. They wanted to basically put this out there as introducing Final Fantasy to people that maybe haven't seen it, because this was a pretty hyped game for the PS4.
Yeah.
But there's also a lot of throwbacks and a lot of callbacks that, people that have been playing since, 6, 5, 10 will, become familiar with and, kind of feel comfortable with. We get summons in this game, which is something that you can do in, I think, pretty much every Final Fantasy almost. There's chocobos. There's still the things that you're used to if you've played the series before. But it still gives you a nice little background in case you haven't, which is really nice.
So it's more of a subtle, rather than a, hey, look, here's a chocobo, you must know everything about this.
Yes,
already.
it's very, very nice. Like my first game I learned to speedrun was Final Fantasy 12.
Okay.
And that game, if you're unfamiliar with the series, it can be a little tough to get into. There's a lot going on. They made a lot of changes to that game. I have photos of every run pretty much already. If I find any cool photos, I'll just snag them along the way.
No, my first introduction was, it's only been recent, and I'm obsessed, was the Final Fantasy VII original.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was crazy. It was absolutely insane.
It is I have hot takes on that game. I don't think it's as good as everybody thinks it is, but its impact on RPGs, especially in the Western Hemisphere, is legendary.
Yeah, absolutely. And then we moved on to Final Fantasy X, and that broke my heart.
10 is a great game. A lot of people, like in my age range, that is like one of their first Final Fantasies. And again, groundbreaking with how it went. Amazing soundtrack. The concept of the sphere grid, really good.
Yeah.
Very moving story as well. It was good enough to spawn a sequel. So 1997 was a different time. Sharky, you and me are both over 30, dude, so I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, what is the level up system like on this, or is there not kind of a
There
level
is
up fine tune system?
one.
Is that the ring?
Yes, so that little bar, basically what happens is your EXP is just kind of totted up, but not applied until you rest or end a chapter. I've done a couple of level 1 runs of this. I've done some level 1 speedrun challenges. I actually have to do a run as a result of last night's other charity marathon. I have to do a level 1 All Royal Arms Omega % run. So that'll be fun. I have to fight the super boss of the game at level 1. It's level 119, has pretty much maximum stats and 50% damage reduction on top of all of it.
Wow.
Yep. Clue you in on the story. We got woken up. We're headed back to home. Apparently our dad's dead. Apparently the city has been invaded. And apparently also we're dead, as far as we know. So this is basically not good. The Imperial Army has decided to take over our cozy city of Insomnia, and, well, that's not good. We are the prince, and now apparently we're the king, and we gotta figure out how to make this right. You were starting college when 10 came out. I think I was just leaving middle school. Before the internet. Sharky, don't remind me. I grew up without internet. Not like grew up, but like I remember when the internet wasn't a thing. Either way, we got some cool little movement tech, and we're going to be introduced to, well, we're going to be fighting a lot of them throughout the run. They are Imperial Magitech soldiers. They're basically just mechanical suits that are filled with souls, pretty much. And this will introduce you to basically how a lot of our movement is going to go in this game. It's going to be very quick, very rapid, using point warps whenever we can to refill our MP bar.
Yep.
Not too bad. This is slower than I wanted, but we got some time save built into the run. But so far, things are not looking good for the bachelor party. It is not a great start. You know, we had the car break down. We had to do some work. We had to rescue some guys, and now like our entire city has been taken over. It's just not looking good for the boy band. This is not this is not unboppable.
So I just need to go through the incentive again. Just as a gentle reminder, we have got the incentive for the final photo bidding war. So with your donations, you can put it towards different incentives throughout the whole Thunderthon, but the one that we are currently focusing on is the final photo bid war. So any donations you have, if you click through the screens, you'll be able to see what incentives you can apply it to, or you can just simply just donate, type a really nice, lovely message of support, and enjoy your Saturday.
Save the puppers. And
Exactly.
the kitty cats.
Save the puppies, save the kitties. I'm a crazy bunny lady, so save all the bunnies.
It's a very English thing.
I think so too. I have 3.
I used to have one as a child, and then I got diagnosed with allergies, and then my mom kind of went off the deep end and gave the rabbit away to a farm, and then my bedroom carpet was ripped up and she put linoleum down. It was weird.
Aww.
I got fish then though, but that's cool. I like fish. Currently in our household, we have a rescue cat who is named Marquise Halim Andor IV, which is a name you'll eventually get familiar with if you're playing PS2 or PC. And we have a ferret named Freya, which is another game you skipped, which I would also recommend if you get it. Oh, FF9. FF9's beautiful. Great instrumentation, very long story.
That is after my Final Fantasy VII remake.
Good. You will enjoy it.
Yeah. I'm not playing them in any particular order. I'm just bouncing around.
There's honestly no need to. The only ones you'd probably want to play in order are like the ones that have sequels or prequels.
Yeah, of course. I say that, but that opening to X2, I thought I was on another planet.
People will mock Final Fantasy X-2 for having a very weird story, which I will agree with. The story is kind of not great. It has one of the best combat systems in the entire series, and I will die on that hill.
No, I definitely did enjoy it, so we will revisit it.
It's such a fun combat system.
Yeah, absolutely. And the new characters that they've introduced are quite badass.
I am a sucker for pain. What
exactly,
a lovely lady.
Same. Do you have any favorite? Oh, I can't speak. Do you have any favorite characters in this one?
There is only one, Aranea, voiced by Carrie Walgren. She's just wonderful. Mainly it's because she calls me pretty.
Oh. There you go, everybody. If you want to make friends with Kaya's little monster, just call them pretty.
I mean, who doesn't love a good compliment?
Exactly. Kayla in the chat says she's got a little rescue doggy. Little Sharky said they've got 2 kitties adopted from an animal hospital. That's so lovely.
Sharky and I go way back. We've been linked up on Twitch for almost 4 years now. He's a veteran of the Final Fantasy 13 and Sword Art Online speedrun community, and we've been hanging with each other for quite some.
Oh, amazing. That is very cool.
There is ironically speed tech in driving. If you notice, I kind of pulled the car off of the main path to a side channel. Setting up where we park here is actually going to save us, I think, 5 seconds overall when it comes to warping and actually just driving. Shoutouts to Hawk Snow, who originally was kind of testing the idea of manually driving the car to kind of make the lines sharper. He found a way to save like 2 or 3 seconds in chapter 3 because we do have a good long drive there. So I took his idea and then have just decided that there is a optimal way to drive, which I think saves, as sad as this is going to sound, about 10 seconds over the entirety of the 4.5-hour run. But it's literally 10 free seconds that you can get. All you got to do is pay attention.
Exactly, and your only competition really is yourself when you're running, so if you can just better it, then there you go.
Absolutely. Geckos, oh man, I love geckos. We just got a ferret like 2 weeks ago, and she is the most adorable sleepy thing ever. But I've also spent the past 2. Oh yeah, she baby. She maybe 4 months old.
Oh, bless.
Yeah, we've been potty training her. It's been great.
Oh.
Never had to say the words pee pee and poo poo so many times trying to train this wonderful creature.
Do you know what? I'm glad someone else tries to train their small, fluffy animals. Like, I have toilet trained my bunnies, and people look at me like, you're crazy.
Nah, one of my good friends, his girlfriend's like a huge. She has rabbits, and like they are super trained. Like, she has them almost trained to like go and fetch things for her because she'll occasionally like make costumes and she'll like have them bring over fabric and stuff.
Oh, that's adorable. That is adorable.
Let's see. Story-wise, basically, that guy we met, handsome, rugged gentleman, is Kor the Immortal. He is the head of the Crown's Guard, which is basically like the protectorate for the king. And he told us, like, hey, so I need you to meet me here. There is a royal arm, which is basically the weapons of the previous kings of Lusai. As we collect them, they give us more powers, and these weapons are pretty special. A lot of them have unique attack animations or some sort of damage buffs or attack buffs, but they all have the same drawback. Using them will deplete your HP, which is, not horrible. We have ways around that with the suit that we were using earlier, so we can kind of benefit from that, right? Nope, doesn't matter what you're wearing, what you're doing, they will always deplete your health. No matter what setup you have, what you're wearing, what you're doing, what you've eaten. They are that powerful that you have to pay a price to use them. But he's going to toss us a key and say, hey, by the way, there's 13 other tombs. Go find them if you want. 13, 12, I don't remember how many there actually are. But he's basically like, look, there's another one down here. Go get it. You deal with that. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to help you infiltrate the Nilfgaardian blockade. Because basically what happened is they have kind of figured out that, hey, maybe the prince isn't here. We haven't found him. So that means he might still be alive. So we're just going to pretty much place everything on lockdown. There are giant gates in the road that prevent us from basically leaving this very small area, which is known as the Sky. I'm just going to make my way through here. Basically, this is like, welcome to your first dungeon. They make this one pretty easy. They put a not too difficult boss at the end of it. We're going to be fighting a big spider lady. She should be pretty easy to deal with, though, thankfully. Yeah, we should be okay. I am just remembering that I have to change my menuing around just a little bit because I'm short on one of the elements that I need. And I'm actually going to sneak and grab this fire. I just need a little bit of this so my magic stays as the element that I want. And another quick little menu. I'm going to unlock my second accessory slot, Elementalism. 2.
Oh, this is a nice...
Yeah, it's a nice little setup.
Yeah.
I did that menu all sorts of backwards. I just needed to double check myself multiple times. So I've unlocked the skills for a second accessory slot, which is super handy. Warp Strike, which basically increases our warp damage, which is really nice as I miss a very important one. Elementalism, which allows us to pull more magic from the collection points. I also got Powercraft, which adds 10 to our magic power, which isn't super much, but early in the game, it's going to make a little bit of a difference.
Every little helps.
Yep. Every little bit helps. I also... Is that everything I grabbed? I think that might be everything I grabbed. I listed 4 things, right? Yeah, 4 things. I also equipped the Sword of the Wise, which we had gotten from the previous tomb. It does pretty decent damage, but the most important thing is its first attack. Its first attack, for some reason, carries like a damage multiplier of like 1.5. So that gives us basically, we can just spam the first attack and do more damage than pretty much everything else we have equipped right now. It also has the property that you can actually warp a little bit, so it has a longer range than just your standard like 3 or 4 foot short sword. You can warp pretty far and still get a hit. The other thing, the way we have this routed, is this now gives me a chance to potentially one-shot most of the enemies that we are going to be fighting in this upcoming area, which is really nice. It makes things nice and clean. Yeah, there's a lot of Norse and medieval mythology tied into this game, which is really interesting. The way it's brought about. A lot of the lore notes in this game are absolutely cool. So we're done with this. We now have our second arm, the Axe of the Conqueror. We will have it equipped, but basically never use it. That gives us a big boost to our strength stat, which we will need because we like to do damage. Gonna grab this lightning, and hopefully I get a big pull from this. Oof, gonna be a little rough. Basically what I'm normally looking for is I should have about 92 lightning, and I missed out on 16, so I would have had 86. Would have been more than good to go. So I gotta do a quick little bit of mathing here to figure out how much of what exactly I'm gonna need.
This is a very interesting way to gain magic.
Yeah, like I said, there's very easy ways to make this extremely broken. So they definitely realize that and put it on cooldown. Okay, so like I said, I bought those 99 sheep milk earlier.
Yes.
990 gil. Cindy literally gives you more than that to kind of get you started in the game. And I now have a magic that is pretty much guaranteed a dual cast at power level 200. I will be one-shotting everything that this magic comes in contact with. Yeah, that simple. Fill yourself up with like 90 to 99 element and 990 gil, and you can basically one-shot almost anything up until chapter 6 or 7 that isn't the boss. It's insanely capable of breaking, which again, it's why there's that 30-second cooldown. Otherwise, you just melt everything in the game, and it's like, whatever, who cares?
I feel like I should be taking some notes for my own playthrough here.
Your own playthrough, the only thing casually I can advise is do not get overwhelmed in chapter 3.
Okay.
Because we're basically locked into this little area the first 2 chapters. After this series of boss fights, you can explore about 80 to 90% of the map, if not all of it. Yeah, you go from very tiny little area to you can explore wherever you want. So if that is your time, you want to go side questing, feel free, but don't forget the main quest.
Yeah, of course.
Cor's going to introduce us and basically say, all right, get in there, and we're now going to begin our infiltration. Again, going to be bad damage roll. We have the ability to one-shot everything, and I'm going to be trying to pay attention to drops. Here's our first magic that we made, and it clears the entire room. I've had 0 drops so far. This is not looking horrific. I'll make something work. Sometimes these runs fight you. Sometimes they're generous. Right now, it's looking like it's going to fight me. I am looking for 1 of 3 drops from any of these enemies. I'm looking for muscle stimulants. I'm looking for reflex enhancers or magitech boosters. Those will dictate how I will try and navigate the rest of the run. They will make my life either very easy or very difficult. I've had absolutely 0 drops, which is completely disheartening. Double check myself. Yeah, everything's on. Just really bad luck. is what it is. It just means that chapter 5 is going to be slower at this point.
Okay.
Not by much. Like when I say slower, I'm talking in terms of maybe like 10 seconds. All right, so at least I got one muscle stimulant. The only thing I'm now worrying about is getting Magitech boosters or reflex enhancers. I have a couple more chances to get them, but I need at least 2 Magitech boosters by chapter 6, or I'm in very, very rough shape. And I'll have to figure it out. This is pretty much the ending of chapter 2. We basically got the gate open. The other boys took care of the soldiers on the other side, so we'll be able to drive through. But wait, there's a jerky boss we have to fight. His name is Loki. He thinks he is the hottest thing since sliced bread, or Bend It with Beckham, or Bovril. I don't know. I'm just trying to make any English references that I know.
Bend it like Beckham and Bovril.
That's all I got for you.
We call it Marmite here.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh yeah,
wow.
I forgot to ask if you're Aussie or English.
Oh no, I'm English. A lot of people
Okay.
ask if I'm Aussie, and I'm not sure where it comes from, but yes, English.
The sometimes the accents can be a little tough to pick up. There is definitely a difference in dialect. Anyway, this is supposed to be a very long, drawn out fight. But this enemy decides to walk in with its weakness hanging right out in the open, and then provides us another weakness right here. So basically, he will get off 0 attacks. He will not get off the ground because we have crippled, and then just basically, yeah, destroy his shield. That's it. It's over. That's probably one of the more technical things of learning this speedrun. It's just learning how to fight the mechs. It's pretty simple once you get the hang of it, but it's, I mean, I remember casually that fight took me a good bit of time. I crippled the legs, had to deal with the snipers, and it's like, no, just break off the important parts. Monica's pretty cool. She used to cook meals for you in Comrades, which sadly does not exist anymore. There's no more support for it for this game, sadly. But hey, I still recommend playing it, and especially if you did try this game like right when it came out and were absolutely appalled with it, like most of us were, because it was forced out about a year early. Shoutouts to Square Enix for that one. But it's very, very playable now. It's very fluid, especially with the Royal Edition. People complained, oh, the lore is kind of scattered. There's kind of plot holes because, yeah, there was an anime and a movie that were meant to help introduce this game and get people more into it and just kind of give you a bit more of backstory, because they went really deep with this game. But with the Royal Edition, they added some of that content just right into the game, like little synopsis. That's actually our first introduction to a very beautiful silver-haired character we'll meet in a few chapters. I will also let you know that this is chapter 3. There is about a 4-minute drive here. I have a little bit of menuing to do, but you can totally take it away, ask questions, do your plugs, do whatever you got to do. Because after I'm going to get out of the car in about 30 seconds, but once I get back in, you can take it away.
Okay. So, do you want me to go now or just hold on a minute?
Yeah, hold on a minute.
Okay,
formulate your fun
Let's all
questions.
take in the beautiful scenery, because these games are art.
I am honestly impressed. A lot of people complained, especially with the base version, like I mentioned, load times earlier. The Luminous engine that they used for this game is incredible, but it does require a lot of power. Little bit more than the PS4 can provide. Playing this game on PC, even on low settings, is much more detailed than this, which is insane. Personally, as a bit of a Square Enix fanboy, and I really like the Luminous engine, I'm very excited to see what comes of Project Athia, which is going to be running on Luminous engine, and they've already shown like the trailer for it, and the graphics just look insanely good. The one thing this game really handled well was light particles. I had just like the sheer good luck of actually streaming this, and one of the game devs finding me, being they're like, hey, I worked on this game, and I was like, all right, sure, because like, it's the internet, people can say whatever. They're like, no, my name's in the credits. It will be exactly my Twitch username. And I was like, all right. And they're like, yeah, all right, go ahead. As it turns out, yeah. But they did a lot of the graphic work.
Yeah.
And they were like, yeah, we spent a lot of time working on like water and light particles.
Mhm.
So we tell Prompto that no, we're not going to the Chocobo Post. We have to go to Lestalem. So anyway, I'm just going to pick a random point on the map and we're going to drive there instead. And I'm going to do a quick menu. If you need to get anything out, feel free.
Yeah. Okay, no problem. So, just a gentle reminder to everybody in the chat, we have got the incentive for Final Fantasy 15 for the final photo bid war. So, if you do decide to give a donation through the donation link or through the Tiltify extension, you can apply your donation to the incentive and then potentially you can get your say on the final photo of the game. We are speedrunning today to help the Worldwide Veterinary Services. I'm just going to go through their mission statement because obviously, due to the pandemic, due to coronavirus, charities do need that extra little bit of help. So that is what the Thunderthon is here for all weekend. So thank you all for being here. So right now, thousands of animals are suffering silently with no chance of ever receiving veterinary care. Like you, we don't think this is fair. Worldwide Veterinary Service provides free expert care to animals in need all over the world. We do this by sending vets where they are needed most, training them to increase the standard of care globally, and by shipping urgent aid supplies worldwide every week of the year. Obviously, due to pandemic and whatnot, all charities are going to need some extra help, and I think a lot of people have seemed to have forgotten a little bit about the animals and the animal charities. So we are here championing them, and you can carry on.
We actually had, well, not charity wise, but we actually had a bit of a phenomena, I want to say back towards the summer.
Yep.
The US actually almost had a shortage of like rescue animals. There were a lot of adoption
Oh.
centers and clinics that actually had no animals to adopt, as we were basically forced into like a very similar lockdown that y'all had.
Yeah.
um, which was cool because it's never really happened before. A lot of
Yeah.
animals have ended up with some very wonderful forever homes, which is nice.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I actually have worked at a vet's before, and just the veterinary care it's crazy. The level of
Mm,
equipment that they need, the amount of medicine, and just the pricing. I think a lot of people think that vets price these things themselves, and nine
they
times out
don't.
of 10, they really don't. So it's
It's
always
just,
good to just raise money for them so they can make it easier for the people they're trying to help.
yeah, and there's a lot of things like, even just feline diabetes. That's, there's not like, oh, it just goes to like your standard health care. Like there is a
Yeah.
lot of potential costs associated with animals that are maybe not in perfect health.
Yeah, a lot of animals, I think they have similar health problems to humans that are ongoing and do need constant medication, constant medical treatment, and constant trips to the vets. And it's very easy to, people don't seem to consider this when they get the animal, which is fine. But that's what these purposes are for, to help people and the vets provide the best care.
So yeah, we have a nice little drive. Um, with the way this game is routed, everything's designed to just be super, super, super efficient. Cat's got thyroid problems.
Oh,
Yeah, I
yeah.
can read.
Hyperthyroidism is so expensive to treat.
Even for humans.
Yeah. Yeah.
But we're gonna be taking. This is not the longest drive, but it's the longest manual drive that we have in the game.
Mhm.
We're going to be going through the lovely city of Lestalem. We'll be back here. Over there is where we're eventually going to end up. That is the Meteor. But yeah, here's a nice tunnel. A very interesting design note. A lot of the areas in this game were pretty much modeled after real world places. Not exactly, but sometimes they are. Like the the castle in Insomnia is based off of the Japanese government building in downtown Tokyo, which may or may not be a coincidence because the Square Enix office is only 2 blocks down from it, so they kind of see it every day. We're going to be going to a place that looks pretty much like Venice and is modeled off of Venice. But yeah, we got a nice little drive out here. Yeah, this is a great casual game. A great cause. I can't read. I really can't read. I'm so sorry. Just
Don't
ignore
worry,
me.
it's okay. Don't worry. I regularly trip over my words, so it's fine.
Over there, we have the Rock of Ravito. We're not, we don't have to go there, but it's one of my favorite areas in the game because you're like climbing up an active volcano.
Can't wait for architects to start making DMCA claims on buildings
Look,
in
I
game.
regularly have to work with architects, and they are some of the most maddening people I've ever. I won't insult them directly, but we have a lot of in jokes about architects in my line of work.
Oh, little Sharky, that was funny.
Uh, Shout outs to Near Automata and Near Replicant, another Square series I'm a huge fan of. Near Replicant getting a remaster, remake, re-release in a couple of months. A lot of people didn't get a chance to play that game, but Near Automata became a cult hit. Recommend playing it. It is the lead up, in a way, to Near Automata. This was released 4 years before the Final Fantasy VII remake, so if the combat and the physics system seems familiar, this game, which received a lot of heat, has a very pivotal role in directly how Final Fantasy VII's combat plays out. Even though they're on two different graphics engines, you'll see a lot of similar movement, a lot of character weight. You'll see it. Yeah, it's almost 5 years old. Should be 5-year anniversary coming up in 2021, which means I'll have to do another speed run of it. Like, no, I need a reason to run this game.
Do you speedrun any other Final Fantasy games, or do you just
I do
focus on
Final
this one?
Fantasy 12 TZA. I know Final Fantasy 10. I just don't run it. I've done Final Fantasy 7R. I have Final Fantasy 12 TZA, and then I actually have to go back to speedrunning Final Fantasy 12 Vanilla in January, which is a
Fab.
painful prospect for me. I think between Final Fantasy 12 and 13, those are the two hardest speedruns in the series. Everything else is completely doable. Even OG7, which is a very hyped up run, there's a step count which is rather tricky to master, but Final Fantasy 12 also has a step count which runs almost half the game.
Gosh.
And it's not like if you lose step count, you actually lose the run, whereas you can run Final Fantasy 7 without a step count. You just kind of have to adapt to wherever you are. Yeah, 13 definitely had some influence as well. So we've ended up just parking on the side of the bridge. Trust me, I kind of know what I'm doing here. I'm going to make a quick change back to the Royal Raiment because I'm going to need a little bit of MP as I move through this area. I'm also hunting for one particular item. If I don't get it, there's a backup. But we're going to make our way down here, which is kind of nifty. This is one of the first times in the game where if you know the speedrun and then you've played casually, you'll notice that something very different happens. The game has somewhat adaptive dialogue to places you've been or things you may have done already. I got the Mega Phoenix. That's all the money I'm going to need for the rest of this area. I'm going to get into combat here. You know, it's a speedrun. Why would you actively get into combat? There are little kind of sequence breaks within the game where they have something called strategy, where one of your teammates will grab you and be like, hey, Noct, this is, dangerous or whatever. And it'll basically set up like a little parameter for you. Like, it'll be like, land 3 warp strikes, get 5 AP. So, like, there's a little mini reward system within the game for, like, just kind of showcasing your knowledge. I'm also going to do, not technically a glitch, but you're not really designed to get into this area unless you just kind of randomly get lucky.
Oh, okay.
But that's going to prevent us from getting an encounter later in this area that I don't want to deal with. Basically, we have to fight another spider lady. It's slow, and she's kind of in the way. And then we're just going to jump down right here. I'm going to go uphill first, apparently. The game has trouble dealing with ice physics for whatever reason. But as it turns out, we've entered another tomb of a royal arm. At the end of this, there's going to be a weapon I'm going to grab. There's also a pretty difficult fight. This is supposed to be the main story chapter 3 fight. There's going to be I think it's 3 Flans, 5 Imps, and 3 Mind Flayers, which, besides Loki, will be like the strongest monster you've actually fought in the game so far. They're very powerful. They can give you confusion. They can knock you down. They can restrain you. A whole bunch of things you don't want to have happen. However, there is a pretty decent chance I can actually skip this entire encounter by some very crafty moves.
Okay.
There is a full skip, which I don't do in marathons and don't even really attempt in PBs unless my run's in bad shape, where you can actually jump off of that ledge, warp strike, and then do an attack and end up on this other ledge. It's pretty precise. It's very tricky, but it skips this entire kind of huddling sequence. And because this is used to activate the fight, you have a much easier chance of skipping it. We route the game so that we just assume we're going to get the skip. So I'm going to focus on this really quick. And I think I'm in good shape here. I am in great shape. Since we have routed this game that you get the skip every time, sometimes you just don't, and pretty much what your only option is to reset or lose 2 minutes. I'm very happy that I got it. And we have the Sword of the Wanderer. We'll never use it. If you're playing the game casually, I recommend trying all of these different weapons. There's so many cool setups and cool little intricacies to all of these weapons. I'm going to warp back to the car. Again, this is why it's so handy. And you'll notice we drove through Lestalem, which is where we were supposed to go. But don't worry, as you drive past places in the game, you can actually register them as checkpoints. Like little places you can fast travel back to. Even if you don't park at them, it'll be like, hey, you completely drove by this. So we're just going to, if you ever want to go back here, it's here. And then you can just fast travel there for 10 gil. Which yeah, so you don't have to like stop at every parking spot you see. Like I generally am a bit of a completionist, but that made it's such a nice touch. Otherwise you're like, well, the closest place I have to it, I can fast travel here, and then it's another like 3-minute drive. Like it would have made completing this game like, doing all quests or doing all hunts or getting a platinum trophy just like unnecessarily longer. And I like that that's not their like, oh, here's your extra content. You get to drive for an additional 5 hours to get everything that you want. Like it's like they made it like very navigatable and very comfortable, which is nice because like if you're doing challenge runs or you do want to get that completionist stuff, you're not ending up like really hamstringing yourself along the way.
Well, I suppose if they wanted the game to be an introduction for a lot of people, they kind of needed to help a lot of people.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and the thing is, I like that it's an introduction, but it's not like holding you by the hand the entire game and treating you like this is your first video game ever.
Yeah. No, I understand that one.
We meet Gladiolus's sister. I do not like her. She is 15. We are engaged, and she's our like best bro's sister. That is no-go, no matter what he says. It is completely an absolute no from me.
Yeah.
But, we have Jared and Talcott along with us as well. We've met Monica. We've met Core. We're all basically refugees from Insomnia at this point. Okay. And we have, Lestalem is a great place. Iris is actually going to, again, this is like supposed to be a cool like little lighthearted introduction around the city, and she's gonna be like, oh, let's go, go check out the town, and it's almost like a date, and we're gonna be like, no. This game runs on some very interesting rules. The first rule is doing nothing is generally your best option, and it's also the fastest, so I'll be explaining that a bit more next chapter. But this rule comes into play here and in chapter 9. Being a bit of a jerk is the best course of action in this game. It just makes dialogue faster for literally the entire game. Anytime you get the choice of like being uninterested or being rude, it's just like, all right then, I guess we'll hurry this conversation along. But this is the market in Lestalem. I wish this existed in the real world and I could visit it because there's just all sorts of stuff I want to play with.
Mm.
I love food. Speaking of
Very
food,
beautiful set design. Very beautiful set design.
speaking of food, I have to buy stuff to make food. I'm going to buy 2 Ketier ginger. It's not the most expensive thing in the game at this point. As you saw, there are some things that were 4,800 gil. It is pretty pricey though, so they don't really expect you to get it early. Those of us who love looking through like item definitions and stuff, this game is also very, very nice with that. If you look at your ingredients, it will actually list excuse me, I need some tea. It'll actually list recipes for you. Like if you have like enough ingredients unlocked, it'll tell you what it is and the effects and what you might also need. But it lets you know, like, hey, if you have, like, for me, it has Choco Bean. Choco Bean is used in 3 dishes in the game. And it will list, like, one of them, because I have 2 of the ingredients, it'll basically tell you which one you're missing. But it, you know, it gives you hints to, like, hey, maybe I can find this. But food is going to be one of the most important strats in the run. And I accidentally messed it up last night and paid the price of about an extra 5 minutes because I got food wrong for one chapter.
Oh gosh.
Yeah. But basically, Iris gives you a nice little tour through the city. I'm going to see if I'm going to get an additional skip here. There's nothing that dictates if you get it or not. Like, there are no parameters. It's just, all right, I'm not going to get it. If Iris gives you that voice line, imagine taking one for a spin. If you don't get that voice dialogue, you can just jump on this and it'll immediately just cut out the rest of that cutscene for whatever reason. It just immediately transitions to this. Again, don't know why. It just kind of happened. And basically, she's like, this is a date. And we're like, well, if it was, your brother would kick my butt. So it's not. Stop it. Please go away. I'm engaged. I love my wife. But there's your little introduction to Lestalem. We'll be back here a few times. Pay attention to the power plant. That's actually really important. So this city runs off of fragments that have broken off from the meteor. And if you remember slightly earlier, once we finished the cave and like we're about to leave, we got like a really bad headache. I don't know what causes it. But the story is basically that Titan, one of the gods, the one actually holding up the meteor, is trying to communicate with us. And because, well, they don't speak English or whichever language you've chosen, it just gives us a really big headache. Basically, dude's forcing his way into our brain and screaming really loudly. Yeah, I know. We used to actually wear a different suit during that cutscene. And because that outfit wasn't in the game when they initially programmed it, Iris's face will clip through the side of your armor, and it's just like it looks horrendous. Anyway, Iris is back, and she's gonna give me a migraine. This one is literally her because she gives me a migraine, but not really. Basically, Talcot's dialogue there changes because if you go to Lestalem first, he's like, hey, Prince Noctis, I found this cool story. There's a local legend about a sword hiding behind a waterfall. Maybe it's one of the royal arms. Since we went out and did that already, his dialogue changes to, hey, that's the sword from the local legend. That's super cool you found it. We're going to meet up with this guy again. This is Arden. You meet him in Chapter 1. But for me, I think I'm done playing the game now. I'm just going to save, and if you want to get the next run ready, and I'll come back in a little bit. Good. My confusion worked. So for some reason, the way this game works, if you have a solid state drive, what happens is Arden's basically like, hey, follow me to my car and we'll figure things out. If you have a solid state drive, it's actually faster to save the game here because it registers that flag has been met. And if you reload, it's like, okay, we did this. All right, so it just basically skips the entire long walk. And it's just like, do you want to proceed? So it actually saves us about 30, I think it's like 35 seconds to just save and reload the game as opposed to walking with Arden. There's a whole bunch of things that can go wrong here, and the items that we would be picking up along the way don't really matter. So we just save and reload, and it saves us time.
Huh. That's an interesting find.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. We're also basically now Arden's like, hey, if you want to go meet the Titan, he's calling for you. I got you. Just, you know, we'll just drive out there. No big deal. I'm like, all right. Arden's just been a very weird character from the beginning. Like, he lets us know, like, hey, the boats aren't working very early in the game, and now he's like, hey, this is an Imperial territory, but don't worry, I can get the gates open for you. This very high secure area that no one's allowed to enter, I got it. And
can I just quickly interject and just is the rest of the game free from DMCA?
Oh yeah. Oh wow, I totally
Yeah.
had the game. Wow, that's embarrassing. So we've had no game audio.
Don't worry, it's okay.
Oh, it's all good. That is.
It's okay.
Oh well, that's
Not
embarrassing.
Not to worry.
I should have checked that. It's something that I've just recently had to do, so like I am still getting used to it as well. So it's not the first time I've done it. Anyway, we're gonna go chase after Arden. Yeah, we're gonna go chase after Arden, and I'm gonna put on a track you might know, which is the chase from Final Fantasy VII. It just fits the mood.
But to what end?
Shoutouts to me for getting for an hour. It's all right. You didn't miss much cool music.
But it's even harder to
Do you get to choose the music in game?
Yes.
When you're in the car, like a radio?
Yes, you actually can buy a portable MP3 player and change the game music as you'd like almost anywhere in the game. As you drive through like the little gas stations and checkpoints, a lot of them have soundtracks. You have access to all of the Final Fantasy games, not all of the songs, but a good bit of them as you go through the game. So if you really like the soundtrack from like Final Fantasy VI, you can buy it, and you can use that as your driving music or your combat music. Well, not the combat music, but like anytime you're out in the overworld.
Yeah. That's a nice little feature.
Arden is very particular about, hey, you got to keep up with me and don't try any funny business. I don't like Arden, and I have really good insurance on my car, so I'm just gonna pass him there. The game does 100% not intend for you to pass him at all, but if you do, you save a couple of seconds. Yeah, so I just crash into him and pass him, because basically, if you've noticed, at turns we slow down to like literally a snail's pace, so if we can get ahead of him, we don't lose this time where we have to wait for him to kind of trundle through the turn. Good morning, say it back.
What say we call the Arcade? Neither
are
we.
Morning.
Yeah.
I said hey in the chat.
Yes. We are not going to rest here. You can if you want. The game intends for you to basically go into this next series of battles in daytime, just so it can kind of show off all the texture and detail. But because we're skipping it, we're gonna do it at night, which I think is actually cooler looking, because we're going into like, you know, fire and glowy magic, and it just kind of gives this really, oops, I might not get this second pass. I was asleep at the wheel, literally. Because just the scenery is much more dramatic, and it really shows off like some of the lighting effects in this game. But I am going to go for the second pass on Arden. This one's kind of the more important pass. We can basically save a bit more time being able to pass him in this section because of just how long this area is. Actually, I'm set up pretty good. As long as I don't bonk on the second turn, we should be fine. Yep, drift racing.
What it's like down there at his feet.
And I should be able to get it.
So you know it's hot where we're going. Well, the camera
got it. Okay, cool. Which is nice, because now I can get up.
Flames, it should be okay. I think.
We
Yeah,
don't
you
have
take
a
your time,
spare
that's
if it
absolutely no
breaks.
problem.
Leave it in the car? Oh no, I'm taking it. Not every day you get up close and personal with the Archean. I'd kick myself if I missed the photo op.
Spoken like a true photographer.
As they say, better to try and fail than never to try at all.
Look at you.
Well, they say that. Not me.
Well, you just do what you got.
All right, muy excelente. But yes, we will be, now I can play some of my favorite tunes along the way. I believe stock, like what you get from the start, is Final Fantasy VII, Final Fantasy 13, Final Fantasy 1. You get 2 tracks from the Nier series. You get music from Tomb Raider,
Then why not take
There
them
are
off the
some
list?
custom tracks. There's also one from Afrojack. There's stuff from the DLC because I have it installed.
For ambiguity.
I think I'm getting the picture.
Trying to think what else. Justice Force 5, which was like one of the side games. You get music from the Brotherhood and Kingsglaive movies and animes.
How's it feel
Like there's a
being away
whole
from the
bunch
wheel?
of just
Positively frightening.
music shoved in here. There's also just a couple of original tracks that you'll never hear anywhere else in the game's OST that they just basically made for your driving in the car.
You don't really.
Yeah.
I think that's a nice touch.
You're leaving?
It's very nice. Dan, I'd 1000% recommend getting the Royal Edition. It just makes it that much better. Plus you get all of the potential end game and new game plus content that you really are going to want to play with. And I think like the Royal Edition or the add-on is only like $10 on PSN or Steam or Xbox One.
I am just going to take 1 minute. I will be back shortly.
No worries. So I will carry on commentary here. Basically, we've driven into what's, could be considered basically an active volcano, even though it's not. This is actually where a great meteor fell from the sky and is currently being held up by one of the gods of the world, one of the Archons, Titan. And just as our continual great luck has happened, this is actually a royal tomb. And there's a very handy weapon we're going to grab here. We only use it in one chapter, but it is super handy. That is the Blade of the Mystic. It has a very interesting property. If you hold the attack button, you can get a strength buff, which is nice. And its warp strike is actually, it fires out 4 or 5 homing warp strikes, which is very nice. And it breaks, the damage isn't like super amazing like Ragnarok, but you're pretty much guaranteed to hit every time. Blinded by Light. It's a great track. Yeah, don't worry, Dan. My backlog's pretty bad right now. I'm currently working through P4G, the all waifus route, which I've done before, but I've just never played it on stream. I have to get through P5R, and I also have Xenoblade Chronicles 1 and 2. That's my backlog. Oh, also Yakuza 2 through 6, so I can play 7.
This is the Archean? Seems we woke
So I get it. I speedrun multiple games. I'm working my way through multiple series at the same time, but I'm doing it at a nice clip. I'm playing through, generally I leave like 2 or 3 hours a night for casual gaming through 4 or 5 different series, so we're making a lot of progress through it.
Very well. We'll look for
I
a
heard
way.
Yakuza.
Be
I want to
careful
play
now.
Yakuza.
You too.
Have you played any of them?
No.
Don't get left
Everyone's
behind.
saying gotta get on it.
Yes. The good news for you is it was recently announced that they're going to be remastering the rest of them. So all of them are going to be available on PC in the Kiwami version, which is the nice retouched remastered version. Highly recommend it. Shoutouts to Mike-chan, the best inanimate object in any video game ever. She's gotten me through some of the toughest times and roughest fights. Also shoutouts to Goro Majima, who I want to be when I grow up.
Over here.
P5 vanilla, yeah. I think my casual playthrough on that was 120 hours. I'm basically just excited to spend more time in Mementos, to be honest. I might even learn the P5R speedrun. One of my good buddies does it, and it's like, I have to speedrun an SMT or Persona game at some point. And I'm currently waiting for the SMT3 Nocturne remaster to come to the US and get its bugs fixed. So anyway, we're going to hang out with Gladio because the party has become split. You know anything about D&D, you never split the party. It's just bad generally. But we're dealing with Titan, who basically wants to say hi to us by giving us a massive brain-splitting migraine. And he's going to take a couple of swipes at us. He's not very happy.
Hey, Titan.
Ah, yes. Basically the Final Fantasy 15 speedrunner. I don't even have world record, but anytime 15 comes up, it's, hey, we should probably ask Kios about it. Yeah, I'm here, I'll do it.
Don't threaten me. I can pull this run out at any point, and it's pretty much always a sub 430 unless I get really bad luck, which I'm actually looking at right now. I am hoping that I get at least one Magitech booster here. If not, I am guaranteed one chapter 5, which is great. But if I did not get that one that dropped, I honestly would have to figure out what to do, because I would have a massively compromised chapter 5 and chapter 9 fight, I think. So I'm just gonna grab this Mega Phoenix. It's in my way. You don't actually have to grab it, but it's just a little extra money for me because I am gonna load up on Phoenix Downs in case things go wrong. And I'm gonna grab that like. Now, Gladio is gonna have a very, very rough conversation with us. Basically, we've been complaining the entire time, like, oh, my dad died. Oh, the Empire. And he is basically gonna have a come to Jesus talk with us, basically saying like, look, my job is to protect your life. You need to stop worrying about that and being afraid. You need to figure out what we're doing. The Empire is completely taken over. Everyone's displaced. You're the king now. You really need to start acting like it. The Japanese version of this interaction plays a little bit better because it can be a bit more verbose. It had trouble being translated to English, but the more you understand the backstory, like, hey, it does kind of make sense. We've just been kind of moping around.
When you can't focus, I focus for you.
Seems a very intense man.
So let me do it, all right?
Yeah. He's got abs and really stretchy pants too.
Sorry, but I had to get it out.
They shove it in your face the entire game.
Don't rush ahead on your own.
Hey, Gladio.
Strong boy. Anyway, I just made some dual cast Thundaga. Actually, that's
Isn't that your phone?
correction. That's the one that we made all the way back in chapter 2. We're in chapter 4 already, and it's still going to be very, very strong.
You're safe. Good. Listen, Imperial troops are...
But Ignis gives us a phone call and is like, hey, they're Imperial soldiers, and, well, wouldn't you know it, we gotta go fight them.
Like we're about to have Imperial
And
company.
it is not a fun time.
About to get even hotter in
But
here.
it's actually not that difficult because we have some insanely overpowered magic. I'm just going to cross my fingers for a Magitech booster drop here or some
We
muscle
finally
stems.
made it.
Either one would be
I know.
welcomed with open arms this run. I got a Magitech booster. Very nice. Did I get a muscle stem? I asked very nicely, please. Nope. All right. Well, I got the one thing I need. Magitech boosters are important in this run for me because the more I get, the more I can use them to my benefit. Warp striking is pretty much the fastest form of movement, as well as one of our main sources of damage. And Magitech boosters are, one, great for magic, but they're also great for allowing us to have 0 MP cost for a very short period of time.
You gotta be kidding me.
Going back to what I mentioned earlier when we were in Lestalem, sometimes doing nothing is the best. We're about to be forcibly subscribed to Titan's OnlyFan account, Feet. I'm just going to completely ignore the QuickTime event, and Gladio's just going to save us. When did they stop using Fire 1, 2, 3, and 4? I want to say after 6.
Well, I can't have you dying here. Come on.
I'm going to try and lead Gladio up here so he doesn't get stuck on a rock. But we basically are now just going to escape from Titan.
We're sitting
May I
ducks here.
ask a quick question?
Yep, go ahead. Oh yeah, it's definitely 9, my bad. Go ahead.
Can you swap between the party when you're playing the game
With?
in your battles?
You can.
Or do you only play as the one?
You can. It's actually a skill you unlock, and it's one I'm going to have to do in my final second to final menu of the game because of the strats we use.
Don't stop.
But yes, I'm going to actually break the game here real quick. The game will force you to move forward and try and escape the hand. Just run into it. It's also going to want me to block this. I'm not going to. It can't make me. Because this is actually the block and parry you want. But yeah, it is I'm losing my train of thought. Yeah, it's actually a skill and a set of button combinations. It for PS2 is hold L1 and L2 and it'll bring up like another menu, which is similar to the skills menu. I've not used any skills in this run, and you won't see it until the final chapter, about at least 3 hours from here.
Okay.
But I'll explain it because I'm gonna have some downtime here. Once I get my party members back. So basically, I am running solo right now, and you'll see in the top left corner, it's gonna be like, hey, members have joined the party. And we just gotta go meet them. So that green bar that is next to L1, that is our tech bar. As you are in combat or potentially do other things within it, that will fill. I'm gonna put myself back into safety here. And I'll pull it up real quick. So our current techs that we have would be Mark and Piercer. Mark, basically, Ignis takes a look at an enemy and marks it. Piercer, Prompto does some nice piercing damage. And there's like cool little quick cutscene, like in-game cutscene attacks that they'll do. Some of them offering you the potential to link attacks with them as well. Again, we're just going to continue to do nothing. It's the fastest. I am going to go meet Gladio, who is over here, coming to save us. What's up, buddy? And then I'm just going to go back into my hidey hole after I dodge this punch. But yeah, this area looks insanely cool at night. No one can tell me otherwise. But yeah, towards the end of the game, we'll actually use the other party members because basically with Royal Edition, they were like, that was the important thing they really wanted to showcase is like, hey, you have all the DLCs, like you can play as these characters. And as we fight the final boss rush, each one of our party members steps up and basically does the solo work to get the final finishing blow. It was actually introduced, you could play as a different character when they did a very important update, which I believe was 1.13, where they made a more easier route for Chapter 13, because you can actually go into Chapter 13 being completely unprepared. Oh, oops, I am very ahead of myself. I apologize. I needed to actually block that. I'm losing my mind. That's all right. I was getting excited talking about Chapter 13. So here we go. I just need to block this one. My bad. Andor, if you don't get off the table, I'm going to come over there and give you a talking to. As usual, my pets do not like to behave in the middle of marathon runs. Nice. I did just enough damage, and because I was using one of the royal arms, I actually depleted my health midair, so you just kind of like cannonball to the ground. But we're going to take this opportunity to just lop this dude's entire whole arm off. And before you ask why doesn't he just set the meteor down, I don't know. I don't have an answer.
Hey, we all still here?
Yeah, base game does not have the boss rush, which is why I recommend Royal Edition. The final chapter feels more definitive, and it has that very hard scrabble, grindy pace that you're used to with most Final Fantasies and RPGs. Again, weird camera angle of just Noctis's butt. I'm not sure. I guess they wanted to show it off or something. I mean, all the boys are cute, but my heart's with Prompto. He is such a sweet boy. His cute little hair and his camera.
I think this boss looks amazing.
Oh yeah, they really went all out for these summons. Trust me.
Oh yeah.
We're about to meet another one this coming chapter, and this is where basically the game at this point is like, hey, we heard you like chocobos. Chocobos are kind of important in the series. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink. Here's a quest so you can get chocobos. The way chocobos work in this game, you actually rent them from like little stands that are across the looks like a little like gumball machine. And they're generally scattered pretty close to like places where you can rest or in big cities. Because, you know, it makes sense, right? You know?
Yeah, absolutely.
And you can rent them for up to 7 days at a time. And they have their own set of skills and level up. And you can actually like summon them into like to help you escape from battle or to help you get in a fight. But anyway, Arden picks us up and is like, hey, we got to get out of here. And doesn't let us get our car.
This,
or perhaps
So this is going to be quite a pain. So we are now without a car. Good news, this is the longest chapter of the game. Yep, it's a long one. But the game, in compensation, is like,
I mean, shouldn't the car have
hey,
turned
if
up
you
by
do
now?
this one quest,
We should wait
you can
until
have
Cindy's
Chocobo.
done asking around the
And I would
local
love to
garage
get
before we
Chocobos for
spare.
everybody. But it's like a 10-minute time loss.
The Empire has
And I am not prepared
And
for this
maybe we
battle.
could ask Arden to
So
help us out again, right?
the
I'm not
Imperial
going to.
Chancellor. He represents a problem, not a solution.
So where does that leave us?
Stranded.
So basically, they're just telling us, hey,
In the meantime,
we're basically just waiting on Cindy to figure out where our car is, because she'll be able to find it. Some reason unbeknownst to us. The first very important thing I'm going to do, especially so I don't forget, is I'm going to get some rest. I'm very tired. Actually, we're just using this as an anchor for our rest point, which is very important because we're going to be traveling, like, I think almost 4 miles on it. And it takes a while to get to where we're going because it's in like mile chunks. It's just faster to warp back.
Hello? Right.
I do not think I can ride this Chocobo because it's not 13-2. Aggressive guitar soloing ensues.
We'll think about it.
Oh, oops. My alarms are still on my phone. That's going to be... Anyway, we're going to sleep, and this is the best doggo. I didn't mention him earlier, but this is Umbra. Umbra's a very special dog. He can time travel and just travel through dimensions as he pleases. His very important ability in this game is he carries around this journal, and it's like basically Luna Freya, your lovely fiance, and Noctis basically communicate and send messages to each other because these messages can't be tracked or traced by anyone because it's attached to an ethereal being. And she's basically saying, hey, I know you're still alive. And, you know, she sent us a blessing because she is the Oracle. And, you know, hey, here's a message to Lunar. Let her know that we're going to try and gather all the gods and use their power to overthrow the Empire. There is this thing, the crystal, which contains all of the darkness in the world. And our goal is to destroy it so the Empire has no power. They can't harvest souls if there's no darkness. Pretty easy. We just have to, you know, get the gods' favor. I need to sell off this Mega Phoenix.
Pleasure doing business.
And I'm going to buy the Air Step Sword
business.
and 2 amulets. These are very, very
See you
important
later.
for literally the rest of the entire run. I'm also going to do some very more important menuing, Ascension, and Gear. Because we have unlocked Armiger in the last chapter, we now get a skill tree for it. A lot of these are just going to help boost our damage and whatnot. But Armiger Free Chain is the most important. As it says, you gain temporary unlimited MP after using Armiger Chain. Which basically means we can Warp Strike for free. I forgot to do something else, so I'm going to take care of that. This time, I'm just going to use just one magic. And that is going to be still powerful enough to one-shot everything. I'm going to equip our Air Step Sword. I'm going to turn on Armiger Accelerator, which allows us to boost our Armiger collection much faster, which is that blue circle.
Gotcha.
The Air Step Sword, as named, works better when you're in the air. It also cuts our MP cost for Warp Strikes in half. And considering we have still about half a mile to go, and all we're doing to move is Warp Strikes, it's going to save us a lot of time and money. We don't have to buy as many elixirs, and we don't have to stop as much. This game has been optimized down to the point where we avoid item usage because you basically stop whatever you're doing, come to a standstill, use the item, and then you have to start your again. Chapter 5 is a big movement tech area. We want to try and stay in a straight line as possible whenever possible and try and actually get into as many encounters as possible. Most encounters out in the wild that you'll find, you'll have little places that I just used. There will be a point warp icon that comes up that allows us to refresh our MP bar for free. Enemies spawn in generally a set area, but depending on how fast you're moving, they might move. Like this guy, I snuck up on him a little too hard, and the only warp point is behind me, so that would just lose me time. I'm just gonna go. But yeah, we are basically gonna traverse most of this area by foot. Because like I said, going to get the chocobos actually takes about 10-15 minutes. It's a really cool quest. You basically have to stalk this giant one-eyed behemoth named Deadeye. Because he's been basically just attacking the chocobos and the chocobo riders. So we're like, hey, the rentals are closed until we can deal with this. And we're like, all right, I guess we'll help. But it also gives you an introduction, in case you haven't stumbled onto it yet, of environmental damage. Sometimes in areas there are like explosive barrels or crates laying around, and you can use these things to your advantage. But right now, basically, the Oracle, Gentiana, who is the aid of Luna Freya, is basically, she just straight sends us a message to our brain. Like, hey, Rama, one of the other gods that you're looking for in the Hexatheon, is sealed. And basically she's telling us, like, hey, they have this sealed. If you can break him free before the Empire can, he'll help you out. He's a good guy.
Foreign hordes fear the true king's ascension.
So basically his power is sealed in these stones. There are 3 of them. The first 2 are out in the overworld, not a big deal. The last one is sealed in a cave called Kosha Hollow, which is another very tech-heavy fight.
Divine voices in your head again?
I'm good.
Hopefully it won't amount
Oh
to the
boy.
same headache it did with the
I just have to, I forgot to turn off my alarms for the weekend, so like my phone's gonna go off every 5 minutes and I don't have time to deal with it. But anyway, I just used Armiger into Armiger Chain, which basically brings the entire party together to do like a massive kind of finisher. And now you'll notice that my MP is not going down. This is our movement tech, chapter 5. This was stumbled upon by accident with the community when we were trying to make this chapter faster, which then accounted into about a week straight of testing how far we could go with every single weapon that we have access to at this point in the game. As we found out, Mage Mashers, although the dagger warp strike distance is one of the shortest, it's just slightly longer than magic, but it is on the shorter side, actually gets us the maximum distance because of how quick the animation. Yes, there were 3 or 4 of us testing this for a week straight. That's just how ridiculous this game has gotten.
That's true dedication, though.
It's faster by a good margin. Like, the distance is it's almost 5/100ths of a mile, which for us is, you know, 10, 15, almost 20 seconds, depending on how we. We're gonna avoid this Imperial dropship. Normally, you're supposed to like follow it over here. There's gonna be a fight or whatever. We just kind of go around it. But we're almost at the 2nd runestone, which is really cool. And the game, again, being mildly sympathetic to your cause, there's a Mega Phoenix over to the right, just chilling, which is kind of handy. I don't need it, and money is... You know what, I'm just going to grab it for money's sake, just in case. Just in case things go wrong, I'll sell it. It's 1,000 gil. So this is the 2nd runestone. Basically, Gentiana is going to just tell us, like, hey, got to go to Fosha Hollow now. Be prepared. There might be some strange things going on. Yo, thanks, Woody. How are you, brother? Yeah, Hope runs slower in 13. He does. He's got shorter legs. So we took a nap earlier, which is good because we have to go to literally the other side of the map. And we can at least get a bit closer by returning to our little camper van. Or caravan, as the English would refer to it.
Thanks.
You're welcome. Who doesn't love a good spot of caravanning? But basically, we are now going to enter in one of the bigger fights of Chapter 5. Chapter 5 is, at least in my splits and pretty much everyone else's splits, we break it into 2 parts. The first part being the runestone section, which this is the end of, and then we're going to do something really cool afterwards. I won't spoil it just yet. No, bad position. You basically want to hope you can get that frog to spawn in a different position where it's advantageous, because there are some warp points on those rocks, but sadly, such is not the case.
was pretty close.
Which means we must be as well.
So do you mind if I interject and talk
Yeah.
a little bit about
Go
the
for it.
charity?
Look,
Okay,
Absolutely,
fabulous.
enjoy.
I bet that's the spot
Perfect.
lighting.
Here we
So
are.
hello everybody in the
Fosha.
chat.
No telling
So
what
welcome
waits
to the
inside.
Thunderthon if you
Stay
have
sharp.
just joined us or if
Always.
you've been here for a long time. Thank you for sticking around. We do
Drifting
appreciate your
into the
viewership.
deep end.
So the Thunderthon is a charity speedrunning marathon. There are lots of different games, lots of different runners. We're not
Avoid
sticking
all
to just the one
corners.
category, so
be
you
able to
might
slip
see some
through.
RPGs, you might see some platformers, you might see some Resident Evil horror games later on. So we are currently trying to raise some money for the Worldwide Veterinary Service charity. So if
squeeze.
you,
Hey,
I'll
Knock.
just pop the link in the
Check
chat
this
to
out.
donate. If you do wish to donate, all donations are appreciated. The Worldwide Veterinary Service charity helps animals in places where no one else can. Right now, thousands of animals are suffering silently with no chance of ever receiving veterinary care. Like you, we don't think this is fair. Worldwide Veterinary Service provides free expert care to animals in need all over the world. We do this by sending vets where they are needed most, training them to increase the standard of care globally, and by shipping urgent aid supplies worldwide every week of the year.
Let's go.
So that is the link just there for the Tiltify
Guess we
extension.
could crawl through.
There is an
lose
incentive
your
running
head.
right now, so if you are a big fan of Final Fantasy 15, if you bid or donate, your donation can go towards getting the final photo bid war. So you potentially get a photo of your favourite character at the end of the run. But once again, thanks for joining us all here. We really do appreciate you, even if all you do is tweet out the Thunderthon or host it on your account. Every little helps, so thank you very much.
You think we can
Make
fit
it
through
through.
there?
Good. I have a menu to do.
Okay.
So what we're about to do is pull off a rather intricate skip. That's going to skip like half of the combat in this area. I have 2 muscles. I can make some of it work. What I'm going to do is there are 2 waves of enemies that are about to spawn. And what I want to do is take them out, but it looks like I'm going to have trouble with this again. Yeah, we're not going to end up getting this skip. Unfortunately, bad stuff happened. Yeah, this went absolutely sideways. Maybe? Nope, not gonna get it. Alright, well, it is what it is. For some reason, it just would not let me attack coming out of that cutscene. There are 2 ways to do this skip. The method I use is generally more consistent, but it's been giving me the business as of late. But that's fine. We're just gonna lose a little bit of time. No worries. The goal is you actually wipe out the 4 imps that come crawling out of there, and you cast magic, and for some reason there's just enough gap in the timing that the game counts you as out of combat that you interact with this little proceed point before it fully spawns everything.
Huh. That's
Yeah.
very clever.
There's a couple little tricks like that. I'm gonna swap back my equipment here. And this is what we call the big room fight. There are a large series of enemies that will spawn here. I'm going to try and skip as many spawns as I can and basically take care of things in a rather cyclical
Hey, you all right?
including a mind flayer. We have some thunder bombs, hobgoblins, some imps. We got it all here. There's a vast array of
Not
enemies that
okay. This place
are
is literally
needing
the worst.
our attention.
Why did it have to
They're the
be
hobgoblins.
this
are
Party.
right.
It's a welcome party for you.
Yeah, pretty much. It's not a great time, so I'm going to use this to wipe the bunch of imp spawns as well as deal with the mind flayer. And then we're going to cycle over here to the hobgoblins. I'm actually going to get lucky there. And I need that guy to actually come right back to where he was. Perfect. So at least I stand to save some time here. Should be able to wipe this guy out.
You all right?
Imps will go next.
Over here.
Imps are just a pain in the butt to deal with. So I'm just go back and take care of this guy. So our goal is I don't want them to pull me too far to the left or too far down.
That's it. I quit.
Actually, a pretty good fight. That fight can go very, very sideways. So the reason we actually start at the bottom is there's actually a second mind flayer that can spawn and even a third. But if you get in and register the kill on the mind flayer, but the game doesn't detect that you're still in the same area, it will actually prevent it doesn't meet the spawn requirements for the other Mind Flayer. So it just doesn't spawn. We actually skip 2 spawns. There's a potential, if you do things quick enough, you can skip three waves of enemies there. But we're gonna meet Naga. Prompto was abducted by her. For some reason, this Naga thinks that we stole her baby. If you go through the area near Wick's Chocobo Ranch, there's actually like a little bit of lore about how there's a wandering spirit, basically, whose baby was stolen. Yeah, thanks for that trip.
We have just received a donation, so whenever you're ready, I can.
Feel free, because I'm just gonna basically do this fight. It's pretty straightforward. I'm just gonna beat it up.
The person's left a message for you, so I hope you have time to listen.
Always.
So the donation has actually come from an anonymous donor. So thank you very much if you asked here in the chat. We've donated £54.
Thanks, Sharky.
And they have said, keep up the great work, brother. Donation goes to a picture of Iris.
She's not even an option, intentionally.
And then you've got no runner's choice.
All right.
So thank you very much for your donation. We really appreciate that. So thank you. And thank you for your kind comments.
I'm just using this time to try something new out. Also, the frog status is back. If you notice, I'm gonna just take my time. Doesn't really matter. We have more than enough time. The Naga basically stopped what she was doing and just started shaking her tail. For some reason, this enemy has a very interesting attack set. Did someone push her? There we go. That took a little bit longer. So basically at 10% HP, she triggers into a self-destruct mode, and if no one touches her, she just self-destructs. So you can basically get to the point where we want to be, which is the final runestone, and we have now freed Rama from his runy grave. This will also cause the weather that we've been experiencing, that damp, just abysmal rain and thunderstorms, to transition to bright and sunshiny days. I also realize I have not looked at my notes in ages. I should probably just have those up. Back up. So now that we're done with all the fighting, I'm going to go back to my normal setup, maximizing our MP, regen, and all of our other kind of movement-based stats.
Hey, it stopped raining.
So that was not terrible. A little slow on the Naga fight, just because I was listening as opposed to trying to be super, super technical, giving myself less to have to explain.
That was a very kind donation, so thank you to the anonymous person. And hello, once a city girl. We are having a great stream. Thank you.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I'm not complaining, even though I had to get up a bit early on the weekend.
Thanks for the heads up. Later.
Who was that?
It's worth it for a good cause.
Oh, it always. I may complain about this game, but it's still one of my all-time favorites. I enjoy running it. I enjoy showing it to people because it's just really genuinely fun. Again, we're abusing the fact that we can just warp back to where we were. And you're going to notice it's nice and sunny. And thankfully, that phone call that we got that I mashed through, and again, dude, was Cindy calling and saying, hey, I found your car. Do you want the good news or the bad news? And we're like, all right, what's the good news? She's like, I found your car. I'm like, thanks. You already told us that. What's the bad news? Oh, it's in a military base. So we now have to figure out a way to take down an entire military base full of Empire soldiers just to get my dad's car back. Yep. So it's not the greatest. Also, the game devs 1000% did not expect you to cover this distance this way, but shoutouts to being able to just climb on everything. This would be the majority also of where we make up the chocobo time. Because with the chocobos, you can jump, but you're still kind of limited to how you can do it. So we're just going to use Warp Strike and kind of mash our way through this area. I grabbed myself a bunch of elixirs earlier, and this is what it's for. Not for staying healthy. It's literally just so we can get through this area as quick as possible. I have a little RNG checkpoint up here, which is also determined on how quick or slow I am. I'm going to be basically hoping to get into an encounter. If you see the land rising up over there near where that like telephone pole is, little metal tower. We have to cut through over there in line with the quest mark. And I'm hoping to see 2 enemies spawn. Oops. If I get 2 enemies spawning, that's the best because I avoid Ignis going into his signature catchphrase, "That's it! I've come up with a new recipe." If I get none, well, I'm just in very bad luck. If I get 1, I'll try and remedy the situation. I got 2. Adam and Steve are both here. The game fate has shined down upon me, and I'm going to initiate our Offer Warp Chain again. So that item right there, the Violet Shank. No. No, we accidentally killed both. Normally you can skip this, but I guess the way the enemies were positioned, it took out both of them. Is what it is. There's Ignis's signature catchphrase. We're just going to lose about 5 to 10 seconds of movement, which kind of stinky, but it is what it is. But this, again, movement speed is so clutch. Later on in the game, I will actually show you what Armiger does. Damage-wise, we use it pretty extensively when we can use it. It basically turns you into like almost kind of a Super Saiyan, and you gain access to all of the royal arms for a very short time. And then you can also finish off, and as you saw, the Armiger Chain finisher does a very, very large amount of damage. And we will again use that to basically abuse our already stacked damage. If you notice, we haven't really killed anything, so we are somewhat relatively underleveled. This game is relatively easy to complete at level 1 if you have just even the most basic hints of like how speedrun strats work in this game. It's also very heavily aided by the fact the game gives you a suit that gives you 30 minutes of combat where you not take damage.
Yep. They are remnants of the old war, and the Imperial Army has availed itself of the added protection. Entry will not be easy.
So basically, that is where we have to infiltrate. The game's like, hey, in case you missed camping earlier and said no to Ignis like I did, or if you get the skip, which I would have loved to get, why don't you go camping so you guys can figure this out. It also gives you a chance to abuse the food system. So I bought food earlier in Chapter 1 and again in Chapter 3. So it's going to give us the option to make plump and pungent tofu. If you saw, the main effect of this is something called Last Stand. So what it's going to do is drastically reduce our HP. And when I say drastically, we lose 90% of our HP. The good news is it dramatically and inversely increases all of our stats, mainly strength and magic. So we're basically going, glass cannon style strats here. And the good news is we still have that invulnerability suit. So it really doesn't matter. We basically just massively increase our own stats with literally 0 side effects. So it's very good that we're going to abuse that.
Our goal is the regalia. The last thing we want is to engage an entire garrison.
The big thing with our inventory management in this run is just trying to increase our stats as much as possible. We only use like 2 or 3 weapons in the entire run, but the rest of them are just there to boost our stats. Speaking of, I am actually going to re-equip a few things here. How do I want to do that? I'll do it that way. That way. That way's better. This is Chapter 5. It is an infiltration. And again, I'm going to do my darndest to just not listen to Ignis or what anyone says, including what the game wants.
Together on my signal. Until then, hold position.
So is this the long chapter?
2,
Yep, this is the second half of the long chapter. We're already in the second half. I want to say there's probably about 7 or 8 minutes left of it. The next chapter that we have, chapter 6, is actually like when people joke about this game being a driving in a car simulator. Chapter 6, we're going to spend a lot of time in the car, so we'll have time for donos, plugs, any other potential questions or conversations that could come up in chat. Otherwise, I'm going to talk about food and explain the cube rule.
Okay, I will hold back on the donations.
Yay. So very, very recently, we actually figured out we've known that there's a way to skip one of the encounters in this area, but we found a new way that's actually a lot faster. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to intentionally get into combat here so I can access a very specific warp point, and it's going to actually allow me to just fly over like half of the level. I don't know how or why, but that's just kind of the way it works. Air step sword, up. And there we go. I have skipped. This area is supposed to be you have to fight 8 or 9 Magitech soldiers in here, and I just straight skipped it. Coming up, we do have a very big, very technical fight. We're going to have to fight a lot of enemy soldiers, as well as another mech. Thankfully, the strats for the mech doesn't change. Yo, 7 Ray D, thank you. Massive aid.
Thank you for the raid, 7 Ray D. Hello, Raiders. Welcome to the Thunderthon.
So we're just going to take this guy down the same way we did in Chapter 2. And, gonna get bad damage roll. I am gonna take out these 3 guys that are trying to come in here. I need to get them down as quickly as possible, because they will allow the rest of this room to spawn. I'm just gonna stand right here and hope no one goes too far. And I'm going to use a magic that will wipe out the entire room. Minus 2 dudes that are in the sniper tower. So that should take care of everyone. The game's going to chug massively while trying to wipe 15, 20 enemies out at once. I got another Magitech booster, nice little drop there. Even though I already have more than I need. More Magitech boosters means I can potentially save more time later in run.
Focus your efforts on the generator. There's a chance doing so will weaken the MTs.
Also, the soundtrack in this game is really good. I haven't mentioned it, and it's probably good that I didn't because I accidentally had the Elgato muted. The soundtrack was done by Yoko Shimomura, who is arguably one of the most amazing, especially female composers in the video game world. She has done amazing games such as Parasite Eve, the Kingdom Hearts series, and I believe Super Mario RPG. If I'm wrong, someone just feel free to correct me. But basically what's happening is there is a Magitech generator, which is basically preventing us from being able to come in contact with the god Rama. Again, we're going to have another mech fight here. But I don't particularly care about it. I just want to get rid of the generator because that's preventing us from getting access to summoning the god, the Fulgarian. So I'm just going to get myself out of here, a little scoot boot, and we're going to summon him. He's going to come down and literally just destroy everything with lightning bolts. Good muscle.
The summons are one of my favorite things.
Oh, the summons in this game are like super theatrical too. Like there's a whole big old cutscene. Unlike the other games though, you can't just summon them when you want them. Generally the game tends to keep it kind of like a mercy system. Like when it notices like the longer you're in combat, the more likely you're going to have a chance at having a summon appear. If you take a lot of damage, there's a certain summon that has a higher chance of appearing. If your party's at full health, there's a certain chance. And which summon you get is there are certain conditions for some of them, like a certain one only spawns when it's like wet or you're near or in water. One of them only appears if you're underground. Another one, yeah, there's a whole bunch of weird conditions for it, but it's really cool.
So they kind of fit their surroundings.
Correct. Because it's always silly if you're, you're not in water and all of a sudden a water god shows up. It's like, bro, we're climbing a volcano. What are you doing?
Exactly. It's a bit like Final Fantasy VII, the remake. You can't just summon as and when you please.
Mhm.
You have to meet certain conditions.
Correct. It also prevents it from abusing, and making it a little bit too.
Yes. Am I able to jump in and just welcome
Yeah,
our raiders and explain
feel
what
free.
we're doing?
Absolutely.
Okay, perfect. Hello, everybody from the lovely raid from Seven
See
Ray
that you buy
D.
no more than we
I hope
need.
you had a great stream, Seven Ray.
mother
We
or
are
something?
here, the
Mum's
Thunderthon.
the
We are
word.
a charity marathon speedrunning stream. We are raising money for the Worldwide Veterinary Service. Obviously, during the pandemic and all of these jazz, everything that's gone on in the world, raising money for charity is more important than ever before. The Worldwide Veterinary Service helps animals in places where no one else can. Right now, thousands of animals are suffering silently with no chance of ever receiving veterinary care. Like you, we don't think this is fair. Worldwide Veterinary Service provides free expert care to animals in need all over the world. We do this by sending vets where they are needed most, training them to increase the standard of care globally, and by shipping urgent aid supplies worldwide every week of the year. So we are currently playing Final Fantasy 15 with kyoslilmonster. Sorry, my English.
Oh, it's fine. It's
my English accent is desperate to say little.
It's fine. Everyone pronounces it their own way, and I've had this name for 4 years, and I've never corrected anybody. It's like the big mystery.
Fab. The run. How is your run going? How would you say your run is going?
Run is going pretty good. I don't have a timer up, but I can tell you I'm probably about 50 seconds behind PB pace, but I do have a chance to make up some of it right now. This chapter, we only have one fight in this chapter, but it can be a bit of a dice roll. I haven't. I guess I can use some of this time to properly explain how the magic system works. So if you notice, like the one I made, I mentioned earlier, was a dual cast 99. So the 99 chain is the percentage chance of it continuing. So what the game does is it rolls, basically you can sum it down to it rolls a D100 to figure out, did you, have you passed this check for the next magic to go off? In this chapter, I have to make a very, very powerful magic. I'm actually going to nerf it a little bit because I would rather have the Magitech boosters to save time late game. The issue with this is it runs the risk of I could underdamage the enemy I have to fight and fall into a backup strat and or potentially lose a lot of time. The other thing that could potentially happen is you get that 1 in 100 chance and the magic fails somewhere between 1 and the 5 casts that I need it to do. So I'm going to have to prep myself a little bit for it. But in the meantime, we're basically just on an auto drive. This is actually one of the only auto drives in the game when people complain, oh, it's a driving simulator. This is actually like one of the only ones. But we do have time for questions. If you have any questions about the run, the charity, if you personally have any questions, if chat has any questions, now's a great time for it.
We have received another donation.
Feel free.
From the main man themselves, Chad Dawson. It is a £4 donation, and it has now actually ticked us over to £700, which is an amazing amount of money. So thank you all so much. And Chad has said, this is a super chill way to start the morning, pushing us up to £700. The runners and hosts have all been incredible. Super glad to have everyone here for this incredible event. So thank you, Chad. Thank you very, very much. But yes, as Kios has said,
Thank
if
you
you
for
have
driving,
any questions
Ignis.
about the run,
Pleasure.
if you have any questions about Final Fantasy, now is your time
I can
to ask
drive.
them.
So
Kios,
can I.
as
It's
I
not
am
like Iggy's
very
the
quickly
only one who
learning,
can
is an
drive.
absolute
He's
that's
just the
a
only
wealth
one we
of
can
knowledge.
trust.
I've been running it for 3 years. I've routed 3 separate categories from this game. The music in this game is fabulous, and I think it's like really neat to also have the ability to introduce people to other, other.
Sure you don't need a break.
I'm okay.
Sorry, I'm definitely not doing anything mischievous.
It's okay. You said earlier it was a good way to introduce people to the series.
Yeah, and if you are already a fan of the series, it's just great because it's right here. You're like, I remember this. This is one of my favorites. There we go. I have done my part.
We have just received another donation. The mention has come from Kios themselves. Kios is obviously
I got some
our
bad news,
speedrunner,
guys.
right now,
great.
and it is
Another
hashtag
floating
Team Chaos.
fortress.
Let's
So
pull
anybody
over.
that is here from Kios's
Locked.
channel and
Relax.
Kios's community,
We've got
thank you for
this.
being here and thank you for supporting our lovely speedrunner. Thank you all so much. We do have an incentive going as well. We mustn't forget the incentive. When you donate, you can apply your donation to any incentive that is running throughout the whole of the marathon. But I can't speak. The incentive that's running for today's
Taking matters into hand,
donations
delivering
is a
justice
final
for
photo
Jared.
bid
And for
wall.
Talca, too.
So if you apply any
Iris,
donations to that, you
I'll
can
need
have
you
a
to wait
say in the
here.
final photo.
All right.
Okay.
Careful, Noct. Only
And you're
fools
free
rush
to
in.
continue,
I
Kios.
suggest we
Yeah,
review
once
our
I
intelligence and
I
devise a
tend to
plan.
have some very hot takes about the Final Fantasy games. I think 15 is almost criminally underrated. And I think 12 is also extremely overlooked
Leave no plot of land
and
unconquered.
completely misjudged. Having spent combined in between those two games and all the varying formats about 4,000 hours, split equally about 2,000 hours in Final Fantasy 12 and about 2,000 in Final Fantasy 15. Yeah, 12 is, I think, one of the most impressive Final Fantasies. It initially came out on the PS2, and if you want to get everything, like even just one of everything in the game, and get all like what would be like the platinum trophy, casually it should take you somewhere in the realm of 200. And they put all of that on a single layer DVD for a PS2 video. It is such a broad and expansive world that literally lets you play almost however you want. And yeah, the story is a bit different. It's not just like, oh, evil man do bad, save world. There are a lot of nuances. There's a lot of politicking that goes on in the game. It's a much richer and deeper story than it would just appear to me. So anyway, Iris was very sad. When we got back to Lestalem, it turns out that the Imperial soldiers had raided and
Find the base
killed our
targeting
very
metals
nice and very
into
old friend
Oh,
here,
yeah.
who was like Alkit's grandpa.
You prepared?
So that's like big sad.
Operation to catch a commander is
So what we're
Sad.
doing is we learned that Monica and Dustin, two of the other Crown's Guard, have made it down to a place called Cape Kime. Our dad thankfully had a really cool boat, and it's still sitting there. So we're going to try and get there and get to the boat. Along the way, a giant floating Imperial fortress decided to land and resupplying this area. And as an act of revenge, out of pure spite, we're going to take this area down.
Seizing on my signal.
So what we're
Stay
also
hidden
doing
till
here is we're supposed to be just kind of following Caligo here, which is that target, and kind of completing this forced stealth mission. And this clues us in on a lot of other things, like lore-wise. It just kind of gets us back into the story, lets us know, like, hey, this is what the Imperial Army's doing, this is why, and serves as an introduction to one very important, very, very beautiful character that we'll meet in a little bit. But in the meantime, I have just completed the entire section that I did too, and now I'm going to do some parkour because I have time to kill. I don't know if it was intended to be able to do this, but I'm going to use it. I'm just basically going to collect some items that I'm going to use to sell.
Can I just interject a small moment?
Go ahead. I have nothing to talk about for the next minute and a half.
Okay, that's fine. I've just been asked by the team if you could turn my volume up a tiny little bit. Obviously, if you haven't got the hands-free or anything like that, that is fine. Focus on the run.
Nope, I got you. This should bump you up a little bit.
Okay, thank you. Also, Wody B in chat has asked about your feelings on Final Fantasy VIII, if you have time to discuss Final Fantasy
Yeah,
VIII.
I'm going to make my magic quick and do a little bit of stuff, and then I will discuss Final Fantasy VIII.
Sure, no problem.
I just have to make a really powerful magic here. I'm going to also take a... Yeah, we'll just do it this. I'm going to change my equipment around a little bit here so I can maximize my magic damage, because that's kind of what's super important right now. I need that to be as high as possible. And we're going to take a skill to increase our magic level as well. So now, basically, because I have just become so fast, I just have to wait for this guy to get here. Final Fantasy is just a fever dream. It's got some great music though, but it's basically a fever. Bunch of orphans that have amnesia. I said what I said, Wody. Do not. I will come out there and fight you. Yep, Kane's granddaughter, Aranea Highwind. Well, she is so pretty. And actually plays a pivotal role. One of the biggest blows I suffered with this game was them canceling Aranea's DLC, because I was very, very, very interested in how, like what she does, because we're gonna meet her quite a few times through the rest of the game, and what she does for a profession and who she interacts with changes very drastically through the course of it. And it's not really explained besides the kind of very nonchalant, brief information she gives us. So I was really hoping to learn what she does, and I know that her playstyle would be awesome because she is a Dragoon. Dude, my takes are hot like pineapple on pizza, Wody. I'm telling you. Hot dogs are both a sandwich and a taco. There's another hot take for you. Which FF is the shortest to speedrun? It should be Final Fantasy 1 PSP. That is a very quick speedrun. Another one that I would kind of recommend if you want to get into Final Fantasy speedrunning or RPG speedrunning is not a bad one to learn, because it teaches you very simple glitch mechanics, because you glitch the inventory in that, and also you don't really have to learn any ridiculous like fight techniques like an ARPG, which some people may struggle with. There's basically just a list that you should probably memorize of encounters you can fight, encounters you can run from, and unescapable encounters which force you to reset. The 5-minute FF3 category, meh. Is that really a category though? 64 stare?
We have just had another donation. It is anonymous. There is no message. It was £6.58. Taking us to a nice round number.
I see team order has been established.
Now's your chance, Noct.
9's not terrible. You just have to have time for it. I believe if you haven't relearned, like if you learned it less than 4 or 5 months ago, a very, very good friend of ours by the name of Mutsky on Twitch has completed a very, very, very definitive guide for it, including all sorts of screenshots and pictures. It's very, very, like, almost to the level of Final Fantasy X guide, like almost impossible to screw up. There are some bad luck things that can happen, and that's just RNG, including spin to win. And hey, look, it's another mech. We're going to deal with this the same way we've been dealing with them. What I also need to do is I need to get that generator down very quickly. If I can, it gives me the ability to potentially get out of this fight a lot quicker. So I just need good damage here. Perfect. I have now just skipped a little like interactable, like slow down, forced walking cutscene type deal.
Does that mean I placed our cat lives to die in alcohol? Huh.
All right, so my setup for this is I'm going to have to make sure I have an extra muscle stim. I do, and we're going to meet the most beautiful girl in the world. We're going to say hello to her, we're going to say goodbye to her, and I'm going to follow up just in case, and I did just enough damage. We got the quick kill.
Is it that time already?
She didn't even get a chance to take her helmet off. Quitting time. She's off the clock.
Sorry, but this girl doesn't work after hours.
She calls me
I could,
pretty.
but there wouldn't be a single gill in it for me. We should
wow.
play again sometime, pretty boy.
I'm pretty. Yes, the legendary Luke the Flobberworm 4 guide for Final Fantasy X is one of the best strategy guides, or not strategy guides, but run notes of all time. Anyone can complete a run of Final Fantasy X with that guide. You just need to have enough time. But yeah, that's the main action for this chapter. Basically, we go back. We're gonna meet up with Iris, who we left in the hotel because, well, to be honest, you can use her as a party member, but she don't do much good.
Did you kick their asses?
Oh yeah.
Ooh, she said a naughty word.
Hey,
telling.
In your guys' room for a bit.
Naughty.
Oh,
Here to
hey,
make
it's me.
make certain
Not a
people
bad shot,
happy,
if
we'll
I
save
do
a
say so
picture
myself.
Not bad.
of Iris,
Great.
so I can throw it in the
You can be
trash can
professional.
later.
To make
Hi.
our previous anonymous donor happy.
I can put it wherever I want.
Back at you.
We did
What's
not
that?
get a picture of Aranea. We'll get one. We'll get one later in the game. Don't worry about it. But for now, we have a series of drives. If you have anything you want to go over, any questions, this is a great time for it, because this will probably be kind of the last real long break of the run besides our intro into the final chapter, which is like another 3 minutes, but that's not for like another 2 hours or so.
I could have gone another round.
Okay, so there has been
Given how
a question
prowess,
above
you should be
from
glad you
Winston City
didn't.
Girls. She says,
Yeah,
who was everyone's favourite
the lucky
character
guy was
in the
nothing
whole
compared to
Final
her.
Fantasy
No, we
series?
may not have
Ooh,
fared so
that's a
well
good-
without the marshal.
And let's not
Think
fight.
things would have gone differently if he were here now.
It's always a controversial
She offered to
question.
play again. Maybe we'll get the chance
I mean,
to
I'm
find out.
personally I really love, I love 3, I love Yuna, I love Auron, and I love Aerith.
I'm honestly a big fan of complex character development. Prompto is really good, especially if you get the chance to play the DLC. Like this, his backstory is absurdly good. Balthier from Final Fantasy 12 is really good.
I have that. I was gifted it on Switch. I'm very excited to play it after hearing your high.
Oh, you got
recommendation of it.
TZA. So the good news with TZA is it's actually different from the PS2 version. It's
Yes.
based off of the Japanese International Zodiac Job System release. So, in my opinion, that version of the game is a bit easier, and it's not like in an insulting way. Final Fantasy 12 Vanilla can be a daunting grind. The other thing that's really nice is they added a speed up button,
Then we might just
which
find what we're looking
doesn't
for.
seem like it would be super handy, but trust me, as you come to grind levels or you have to run across very large maps, it's very nice.
Yeah.
With the IZJS version, it also allows you to like item grind and kind of fortify your party a little bit easier, because the chests
you guys excited to
respawn
visit
every
Altair or
other
what?
zone,
Guess.
so they're not like
jealous.
permanently
We're not
gone
going on
chests.
vacation.
There are some
Oh,
chests that
yeah.
will permanently disappear,
You're
but they're
right.
generally filled with very powerful
Something
items.
What?
You also
No,
have
I'm
the
fine.
ability to select
I'm
two
not
jobs,
jealous, I just
so you can kind of
had a
dual
lot of
class your
fun
characters
hanging out
very
with you
nicely.
guys,
And if you make a
that'll all
mistake,
be in the
you
past
can,
once
or
we
you
hit
don't like how you set it up, you
What
can
are
just
you
talk to
talking
one guy and
about?
he's like,
We can hang out
"Oh, you want me to
anytime.
reset your jobs for you?" And you're just like,
Yeah.
"Yes, please." And he's like, "All right, cool, done. Here's all of your LP back. Enjoy."
Oh wow, that is handy.
Also,
That's very
Final Fantasy 12 has the cutest Moogles of all time. FF9 gives it a run for its money. 13 and 13-2, pretty close.
Yep.
The 12 Moogles are super cute because they like waddle around and they wear clothes and glasses and hats.
Let's pull over
I'm
for
a
a
big
sec.
fan of Moogles
How
and
come?
Chocobos, so that's
I
great
gotta give
news
the
for
driver a
me.
break every now and then.
If you say
Some
so.
Wody
Wonder why
B,
no
Sid
one ever
Highwind
thought of
is
that
shortly
before.
behind.
Because no one
Their
ever
favourite
had
character
little
is
sisters
Yeah,
with a
Sid
lion.
Highwind's a good choice. But
Little
Sabin?
Is that Sash? Sash?
Saz.
Yeah, and Jay McAtee says definitely the Coltrane, aka Barrett. Yes,
Yep.
we all talk about how much Barrett in the remake reminds us of Coltrane from
Smells like
Gears
there's
of War.
salt in the air.
Coltrane!
Breeze.
Yes.
We're on the water.
Big fan of Gears.
Wow.
You know,
Oh,
you know,
yeah.
there's actually a
Beautiful.
specific reason why
Picture
Barrett wears his
perfect.
sunglasses all the time, right?
Because he's always crying.
Well, that
No.
and wait until you get into the remake and he takes his sunglasses off. You'll realize why he keeps them on. Absolute lady killer. Absolute lady
Get a
killer.
load of this beautiful
Smoldering
view.
eyes.
Yeah, like something out of a dream.
Rody B's
Just
asked
don't
what's wrong
fall
with
asleep on
Sabine.
me.
There's nothing wrong with Sabin. Sabin's a great choice. I just didn't want to interrupt the host.
No, it's fine. Don't worry.
Side note, it may seem like, hey, we're just driving around aimlessly. Each one of these places that we stop, except the one right here, actually takes you to a
Wow.
royal arm.
Look at that bridge up ahead.
So it's like the game's very subtle way of
The
saying
rivers run
like,
wide out here,
hey,
and the bridges
just
run long.
if you're
Guess I'll
looking
see
for
it when
these
we
things but
cross.
don't know where to look, maybe try here. Again, the subtlety in this game with a lot of its references and kind of direction is very nice for me. And I think it's a good intro. Like, again, I will always tout this as an introduction to, like, if you want to start speedrunning ARPGs or Final Fantasy, or you just want to play an ARPG or Final Fantasy, this one's a very gentle entry into the world of how most of the games work.
Don't you help?
We have had another donation, and they actually have a request
Alright.
from you, if possible. So Mafuication has donated £10,
Oh,
and they have requested you to play the Final Fantasy VIII I can never say it, Ragnarok theme, please.
I think at this point it is
Thanks for the lift, I
undoable
guess.
without losing at least 2 minutes.
Can't wait to see my buddy Talcott.
That's fine.
So I'll play it in your heart. That is the true math. He has this man has the most beautiful mustache you have ever seen.
We made it.
We're all playing in our minds for you.
Chapter am I in? Yeah, for me to do it, it's a bit of a time loss. I mean, it's up to y'all, but it would take me about 2 minutes to go and get it and kind of get myself reset back to where I need to be.
Thanks for the ride. It was fun.
JMaka TV has asked, would you wish for a machine gun arm like Barrett?
I am a huge cybernetics, cyberpunk, not the game, but like the overall genre and Ghost in the Shell fan. The second I can swap my brain out into some sort of biomechanical body, I am like I have my entire side from my shoulder down to my knee like tattooed like a biomechanical human. So I'm on board with it. Maybe not the whole putting a memory chip in like Elon Musk wants to do with Tesla, but like, you know, I'm 30 already. My body's starting to wear out. I would love some like pneumatic knees or something like that. Yeah, I know, dude. With the mask, it had to be an itchy beast.
Talcott?
Thank you for your donation.
Hey, we love Mafu. Real Mafu.
There's the fake Mafu.
Yes, there is. That is a long and complicated story involving another English gentleman by the name of Mathunian, who was a legendary Final Fantasy X Nemesis % speedrunner. Very good friend of ours, and they're both Math, they're both Mafu. But as it turns out, Mathunian is potentially the bit more famous one, as he is a Twitch partner. And yep, there they are. But as it turns out, Mafuication had his Twitch account first. Yeah, you're not English, you're Welsh.
Oh, I see.
Wow, he sounded like kind of disappointed. Yeah. It's all right, I'm disappointed too.
To ask you to handle this boat business without me.
Say what?
Got some business of my
I like to
own
joke with Math about Wales being an interesting place. I'm not allowed to discuss it on stream because it's wildly inappropriate.
That's okay, no problem.
It's all right. Swansea did good a while back, yeah. Anyway, this is the first we're gonna see the instance of this. Gladio has just decided to leave the party. This is where the game lets you know, hey, by the way, if you have the DLC, now's a good time to play it because it's gonna fit in seamlessly. With the Gladio's DLC, you get to fight this dude that has like a bunch of arms and a bunch of swords, usually, but in this version of the game, he only has one arm, but his sword is very, very big. I don't know if you've met them yet, so there is with Final Fantasy, there's only one being that has existed in all of the universes. His name is Gilgamesh, and he's a sword collector. And a bit of a nutter.
Somewhere north of here.
Beware,
Okay.
though. Where we go, the Empire seems to follow.
I don't think he's in 10. He's not in 10. He's in 12. He's in 5. I think he's in 6.
I mean, that's just the sort of person you want to collect swords, a nutter.
Absolutely mental, this man is.
I feel safe.
And left the gates open for us, as if awaiting
Yeah,
our arrival.
I personally like him in Final Fantasy 12 because he's very, very comedic, and he's voiced by the same guy that is Bender the Robot.
Oh, amazing!
Who's to say he'll let us out?
Hello,
Not to
Awesome
mention
Assassin.
we're a man down.
Oh yeah.
heard that the marshal
Is he the Lord
were
and
with us.
Savior of Cup Noodles? No, but there is actually an entire quest line in this game
As I understand it, he's put
that
his tomb raiding on hold to help
follows the
hunters take
storyline
out
of
some
Gladio
troublesome
making the perfect
beasts.
cup of noodles.
Rest for the immortal.
Look, it is very blatant product placement by Nissan, but it is kind of a very fun quest and something I would actually do in real life. I've driven an hour. I used to live like an hour from Philadelphia, and I've definitely at 2 in the morning decided I absolutely cannot live without a cheesesteak, and driven with friends 2 hours round trip to get cheesesteaks.
Oh my goodness. That's dedication to the cause.
Yep. So if you notice, I had like some enemies spawn there, and I got out of the car. There's also 10,000 gil item just kind of sitting right there. So this kind of works out because not only do I just grab the rest of the gil for my run, but I also completely despawned that encounter, which is very nice because it's a long one. And yeah, it's another robot mech, but
Everything in order.
it's not one of the ones we can defeat either. So I am going to just put my head down. If you have any other like donations or plugs to read, feel free because I am in Menu City right now.
Hey,
Okay, no problem.
Why don't we take a group picture over
fill the
there?
void. So, welcome to the Thunderthon. Anyone that is new joining us, welcome to our speedrun of Final Fantasy 15, the Royal Edition by kyoslilmonster. We are here for the whole weekend, running a very wide range of games, all for the Worldwide Veterinary Service. So it is all for charity. So if you do feel like you would like to donate to charity, I've just posted the link in the chat. The Worldwide Veterinary Service helps animals in places where no one else can. Right now, thousands of animals are suffering silently with no chance of ever receiving veterinary care. Like you, we don't think this is fair. Worldwide Veterinary Service provides free expert care to animals in need all over the world. We do this by sending vets where they are needed most, training them to increase the standard of care globally, and by shipping urgent aid supplies worldwide every week of the year. All donations are appreciated. Any posts, any shares on Twitter of the stream are all going to help our cause. So we do really appreciate your being here. We appreciate every single person that's lurking. You don't just have to chat, just be here to support us. We have got an incentive for this stream, so you can donate, and there are incentives running throughout the whole of the marathon as well. So if you don't want to give to this incentive, you can still donate now and give to another incentive.
Oh, girl, could
Our
really
incentive
use a
that we're
car
currently
wash.
running is
then
the
we'd
final
best stop at the
photo big
petrol
draw.
station.
So once you have donated, you can select the character that you would like the final photo to be of. So once again, thank you all for being here, and keep an eye on the whole weekend, so drop us a follow. And again, this isn't just a once in a year sort of thing. We will be doing these every few months, so stick around and support us. Thank you, Kios.
You are welcome. So that was a very, very little intricate menu that we set up. Ooh, good luck. All right, game. Computer even. So what I had to do there was a actual pretty intense series of menus. Basically, I did an inventory dump of everything that I don't need and was able to transfer all of my gil into buying elixirs that I'm going to need. Wow. Great. Elixirs for movement and for safety. I also bought about 2 extra Phoenix Downs. Normally, I try not to use them. Sometimes our final boss, spoilers, can be a bit of a jerk. But basically, I'm pretty set up for the rest of the run. There's only like 1 item that I need to basically complete the rest of the run from here on out.
Go ahead.
I am going to buy these things. It'll just make this chapter a lot quicker.
Oh dear.
So basically, we've been sent out in order to retrieve the mithril. As it turns out, our friend Arden's here just waiting for us, like he knew. We also get to meet Aranea again. She's as pretty as ever.
Baddies, recruits.
She's really pretty.
There's nothing in it
Very
for
nice.
this ex-mercenary to
But she's
train
gonna
in.
go and fight with us. It's like, yeah, dude,
Let's
I'll
get
help
the show
you.
on the road.
I quit the
Proud about
military.
your training? Well, I'm being paid to escort
We'll
you.
also meet
Just watch
some
yourselves
very,
in
very
that.
familiar faces here to the right and left of her. Their names are Wiggs and Bedge. I mean, Biggs and Wedge. another grouping of characters that have appeared in many Final Fantasies, I believe. From 6 on, there are a Biggs and a Wedge in every one of the games.
Why not head inside and look for him?
And I get to menu again. I'm going to make a quick little magic here. I made one in the car, which I'm not going to use this chapter, but I'll use next chapter. And this will just be for kind of navigating some of the fights here. I'm going to use that Blizzard I made a few chapters ago. I'm going to swap over to the Blade of the Mystic on that later, and the Magitech Exosuit. We're going to have some pretty beefy fights in here, so I want to make sure I'm good to go. Oh, good morning, Reliant. You've made it.
Let's do it. Aren't we eager?
World of Final Fantasy Gilgamesh is absolutely adorable. I have to say that Moff is right on that one. That game is, for something that might not be decidedly canon or numbered within the series, is an absolutely adorable video game. Bunch of little chibi Gilgameshes running around. So this area is absolutely beautiful, especially if you have this on PC. The ray tracing is just gorgeous on it. But we are going to be in a series of encounters. We're going to try and skip as many of them as we can, like we did earlier. That's a nice clean wipe. This chapter is very technical. We have some very precise fights to pull off. We have one skip, which saves us about 30 seconds. A potential for another skip, saving us about 10, and there is the potential of me skipping the area boss, which would be really nice if I can do that. Sometimes it just does not work, so I'll let you know ahead of time. It might not work, but generally I have it pretty consistent. Did I follow my new notes? Yes. I bought the Choco Bean and the extra sweet pepper.
What do you think it is?
So I, can finish the game like I'm supposed to instead of just ad-libbing it and letting my brain flex.
I'm sure you've seen your share by now.
All right, so we have now completed most of this dungeon already, just with rapid succession due to our overpowered magic. I'm going to line up a skip here. And we got it. A little close, I drifted, but normally you're supposed to fall down, then you have to fight your way back up, and yeah, it's just silly. I can skip it, so I'm going to. This one we can't skip, though. This is a very angry Iron Giant just destroying this bridge directly in our face.
Here comes the big one! Right on cue. And it's got friends.
Great damage. Lucky crit.
Come on then.
And Aranea doing a good bit of fighting here for us. She is going to town, helping us with that kill. Didn't get this skip. That's okay. Prompto's going to sing us a cool song as we leave. That was actually really quick.
Never too many stairs. I got a bad feeling about this. Stairs, they go on. Forever they go on. On and on and on.
Yeah. I'm a bit of a bully when it comes to this game. I think everyone should at least give it a shot. The amount of cutscenes and just the customizability of how your characters are set up and how you play it is borderline infinite.
Yeah, I mean, I answered that in the chat because obviously I didn't want to. It's in case it was a tense moment in battle. I didn't.
No, I've literally played this game enough. I can do parts of it in my sleep. Back when I had a 4-hour 31-something second PB, which included me falling asleep and just sleep doing most of the Chapter 5 movement.
That's amazing. No, I am excited to play it myself. Obviously, casual playthroughs will be different to speedruns, but I think the combat looks so much fun.
It's very quick, and if you're into like nice combat like that, it's very, very fun.
Yeah, I mean, the difference between Final Fantasy VII Remake and the others, like not being the whole turn-based, it was hard to get used to start, but I actually think I really like it. I'm really enjoying it, learning how to smoothly swap between the characters, when to time it and everything.
If you really enjoy the Final Fantasy VII R combat, you have to thank this game. It's just causality. I'm going to swap this, and we're going to get Big Boy Magic out. I'm not going to push it with that.
You can see the inspirations that have taken inspiration from the game.
Definitely. Even if they're very broad strokes. So we're going to use that sword we bought earlier, the Ice Brand. I'm going to use it a second time later in the run, but mainly the reason we bought it is the Lich are very weak to ice. Alright, so that's my combat all done. I'm going to take a second here and just kind of set something up. And I'm just going to hug this wall. It's kind of as tight as I can. For some reason or another, if I do this correctly, it will skip the area boss in its entirety. It just literally won't spawn. Looks pretty good. Let me check over top. Yep, those enemies are still spawns. So the only thing that I can ascertain why this skip works is the game expects you to not hug the left side wall. And if you cross a certain point, it despawns those enemies. And if the enemies don't despawn, basically we're gonna fight like a big Quetzalcoatl, like a big griffin fire lightning bird thing here. But it just doesn't spawn. So we just completely skip the boss fight and pick up the item at the end of the dungeon. They're like, all right, here we go.
That is absolutely mind-blowing.
Yeah, it's really weird sometimes, what causes skips. We have no definitive answer. I like my opinion because it does make sense, because those are the enemies that we blew by before we went into the locked gated rooms, and they're still there, and you can still interact with them realistically, so they probably just can't spawn the boss because they're still there. It would cause like some sort of conflict.
You've still got
You may have...
We have just had another donation.
Thanks.
There is a message, but thank you very much, Drummer Alex, for the £10 contribution to the Worldwide Veterinary Service. Thank
His
you so much.
Excellency instructed me to give you boys a ride back. If you need a lift, feel free to
So
hop
my
on.
fantasy, Aranea, is like, hey, just so you know, if you want to get out of here, you can hitch a ride with me. And Ignis is like, well, that's good news because there's something going on at the power plant in Lestalem, so we should probably get back and deal with that. And I'm like, all right, we'll do it. That was a really nice chapter, though. Really quick. Chapter 8. This chapter is the easiest yet most frustrating chapter because it's literally, how good is your luck?
Oh, no.
It's all right, though. It's somewhat fairly consistent. Anyway.
No, she really is.
Yeah. Know what I likes. Yeah, to be honest, Sharky, like this game is so massive and there's so many layers of code in it. And don't forget, Square Enix was working with a proprietary engine for this. This was their first project with Luminous Engine. And the way this eventually turned out, I think it's really good. And a lot of like the stuff you'll see me pulling off or weird things happening in the game won't happen to the standard user. Like I said, I'm already on a PS4 Pro with a solid state drive in it, which is not how the PS4 or the PS4 Pro comes. I'm pushing the system to its absolute limits and abusing all sorts of movement and damage tech. So, you know, who is gonna go down those stairs literally as far left as they possibly can? There's no logical reason a normal person would do that playing this video game. They're like, ah, stairs right down the middle.
That is very true. They underestimated the speedrunning community, maybe.
Wody and I can talk to you about how 7R is completely broken.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah, there's a lot of out-of-bounds movement. Lot of...
finished it first.
What chapter are you in?
I can't remember off the top of my head.
Why don't you wear one?
Oh, that's the only one.
I think we're off to go and get
it's you.
From
Forget about fashion and go.
Oh, so you remember chapter 8, right?
Yes.
Yeah, we skip all of chapter 8. All of it completely.
Oh no.
Yep, all of it. We skip pretty much almost all of the sewers. We skip the entire ghost fight in the train yard. We skip... What else? We skip a lot of that game. Very large portion of it, yeah. Skip 6 chapters worth of content. I'm still mad that we have to lose all that time in the Shinra building.
whole place could blow. So
I haven't reached there yet.
Will do.
It's very beautiful. You'll like it.
Oh, I hope so. I think that's one of my favorite things about these games, like the time and effort that they've put into just building the environments. It makes it just all that more extra immersive.
Well, this area you can actually go back to because there is a hunt, actually 2 hunts in the power plant.
I'm glad you don't skip the dancing, Brody.
Yeah, I try and do it too. Perfect. All right, I just need you to stay. Good boy. All right, so this is Armiger. I'm going to show it off. Basically, we become Super Saiyans. We get all the power of the kings previous. I'm going to get stuck on a barrel, just kill that guy from long range, apparently. This didn't work out the way I wanted it to. The goblins decided they had other ideas for what I was supposed to do. So I'm just going to take them out manually. Normally, I can do this chapter in just under 7 minutes. This is going to be like a 7:20 at this point. Just very bad luck. I'm going to... Oh, boy. That just got really bad. All right, so we're just going to have to suffer through this. The Garcia Macera decided that it just wants to make my life miserable here. Thankfully, it has not knocked me down or KO'd me, so we did get a little bit lucky there, but this is just not efficient. Normally, I should already be done. But yeah, this is the entire chapter 8. Basically, they just want you to prevent the power plant from having a breakdown.
Nice job. It didn't disappoint.
You know, because when power stations have meltdowns, it's generally not a good thing.
Yeah, pretty catastrophic.
Yep. There's another thing the very astute observer may have noticed. The daytime is getting a little bit shorter. They'll make a note of it, and you'll really start noticing it later in. But the amount of daylight hours we have has slowly gotten shorter. All right, so hey, we meet up with Dustin and Monica again. No, I want to go to the car.
Want to freshen up first anyway.
But now we're going to go back to where we initially dropped everyone off at Cape Kime, because we have the mithril and we got it processed at the power plant. We can now take the boat. I'm going to fast travel over there. 7-minute drive.
Thank goodness for fast travel, eh?
Absolutely. Sorry, I had to get up and adjust something.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
Dynamic microphones are great. And now I'm still waiting for my 3D printer to finish its print. We're up to, I think it only has like an hour left, but it's been going for about 62 hours straight now, I think.
We have just received another donation. Am I able to read it out for you?
Yep.
Yeah, okay, perfect. So, it's from one of your community members, Wody B. Thank you so much. Wody B has donated £15, and they have left a lovely message for you. Always enjoy watching Kios do runs and his commentary. Let's put the money towards a group photo in this game, and let's help raise money for the Worldwide Veterinary Service. Get those donations in. Thank you so much, Wody.
Hey, thanks, Wody. I almost made what would have been the second most embarrassing mistake I could have run in the game. I forgot that we're in Chapter 8, and, uh-oh. It was rather weird. It doesn't bite me. There is a very infamous skip here. By picking up that item, for some reason, it just tells the game to skip the like string of code to activate it. But Prompto will come up and stop you and say, "Hey, Noct, want to take a photo? We could be seaside supermodels." It was a skip we found about 3 years ago. I have only missed the skip once, and it was during my RPG Limit Break run of this game. I literally have done the skip every time the exact same way, and my biggest platform of showing this game, it decided to just mysteriously fail. I've never been able to live it down since. I haven't been able to get a full night's sleep since then. Please help. But no, we got the skip anyway. It's a nice, easy one. It's a cool photo. It's just the boys and Iris posing in front of the lighthouse. I am also going to pick up a very important item here. If you notice, I kind of pushed Prompto out of the way. It's just so I can get to that item. and not get stuck. Morning, Alfina. That is a very interesting photo. That is a picture of Core, our dad, a guy named Wescom, and Sid, actually, on their adventure because they went on a trip together about 25 years ago with the king. I'm gonna have to get up and get a drink. Thankfully, we have a nice break in. Not a massive one. There's our full group photo. You're here after 4 hours of sleep? Yeah. The only time I ever missed it, 10,000 people watched. It's just whatever. At that point, you just laugh it off, and it's just funny. Because I think the last words out of my mouth were, I've never missed the skip. And it's just out of nowhere.
Mm-hmm.
Right, so there's a long cutscene. Thankfully, in one of the updates, there are a lot of, not like forced waiting sections, but sections where the game can be like, you know, they take the time to show off the world and give you a chance to get some extra items and stuff. But you kind of, if you don't want to, it's like kind of just dead time. So they added the ability to skip it. I'm going to step away for a second and grab a drink because I am talking a lot.
I will take the opportunity to say thank you everybody for being here today for the Thunderthon. It is on all weekend, so we have got all of tomorrow as well with a variety of different games, different speedrunners, and a few different hosts as well. So the Thunderthon is here for the Worldwide Veterinary Service. I have to say it like that, otherwise I completely fall over my words. So the Worldwide Veterinary Service helps animals in places where no one else can. Right now, thousands of animals are suffering silently with no chance of ever receiving veterinary care. Like you, we don't think this is fair. The Worldwide Veterinary Service provides free expert care to animals in need all over the world. We do this by sending vets where they are needed most, training them to increase the standard of care globally, and by shipping urgent aid supplies worldwide every week of the year. So there is also an incentive running during the stream that you can donate, so you can bid to get the final photo. So you can pick the final photo. So when you donate, if you just select that incentive, you can apply your money to that. There are lots of incentives running throughout the whole of the marathon. So just be sure to check them all out and just have a really good look through them. But once again, thank you all for being here. Thank you to everybody that stuck around from the raid. Thank you for your support. Anyone that's hosted, anyone that's tweeted, and just being here just means the world to us as a team and to every single runner here. And I think I've just heard Kyo return.
Yeah. One of the reasons why I enjoy this... Oh, go ahead. Do you have something for me?
Yeah, I do have something for you. Someone has donated and left you a lovely message again.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, the donations are rolling in, so thank you all so much.
What's next?
So this has come from a person called B.
Sir,
They have donated £30, and they have said, "Love you, Kyo. Thanks for always being such a strong advocate for all things wonderful and also being a great speedrunner. Love her." So that is so nice.
Oh, thanks, B.
Yeah, and that takes us £25 away from £800. I feel like it was just 5 minutes ago we hit 7, so thank you so much, everybody.
Excellent. One of the reasons why I personally enjoy this game so much, I'm also going off course there to skip a cutscene where they actually mention the dress. This is the area that was inspired by Venice, and actually there is a quest for you to take a picture of Luna Freya's dress.
How are you today?
Which they have on display. It's a very important here. You know what? Yeah, I'm gonna do this. This is something very odd, but this is just to cover my own behind in case things get weird. But I had enough time in that break to go to the bathroom, fill up my water bottle, and grab a small snack. This is a great run for people that, you know, maybe can't just actually devote a full 5 hours to sit down and run it. But, you know, if you need a little break, if you have a small bladder, or, you know, I've cooked full course dinners in the middle of this run. It's great.
Care for a ride?
Wowzers. I think it's important to stay hydrated and energized.
You know B.
I do know B.
I love B.
In what I do as well. I don't want to talk about my streams. We're here for you, but yes, she hangs around and very supportive and very kind.
I love B. She has the most wonderful husband, adorable children as well. I wish we could go to Oscars. I could actually go for some of those disgusting cheese fries right now and like a 32-ounce PBR.
Nice. Oh, I'm feeling the love. This has been so lovely.
That's the one thing I will say for the most part, genuinely about RPG speedrun communities, is we're very tight-knit, but there's always that like only 1 or 2 degrees of separation. You either know someone because they run a game or it's a community member. It's so cool, and it's a community that I've loved and nurtured. Tried to just... Why is it always your husband? Yo, man got thick thighs. I love him.
Yeah, I think we'll do just that.
That's something I'm not aware of.
Her man's is a beautiful man's. Yeah, I highly recommend B. She thankfully her stream I can kind of catch generally the most of it when I'm like done streaming, but she's always playing something. There's always like a good RPG. Oh, speaking of, are we doing Parasite Eve on Christmas again? That's another tradition with the Parasite Eve speedrun community. Parasite Eve is actually one of the best Christmas games of all time. If you did not know. Yeah, because it takes place on Christmas Eve.
Oh. See, I'm learning so much today.
I have to make a quick inventory adjustment here. Coming up, wow, my drops are out of control.
Have a look at this.
Coming up here, I do have a very interesting fight. I do have negotiations first. We're going to meet with a lady that looks like Angela Merkel. Had a clone with Hillary Clinton. Are we calling Camper out? No, I like Camper. He's a good dude.
I have Parasite Eve on emulator, but I've just never played it.
Would recommend. It's actually a very interesting action RPG. And a strong female lead. And
first things first.
Guess who did the music for it?
Who?
The same lady that did the music for this game, Yoko Shimomura.
Oh, very nice.
Yes, it has a lot of bangers. The thing with Yoko Shimomura is she's very piano heavy, as I would say. Most of the music that she writes is composed mainly for piano, and then orchestration is built around it.
Oh, nice. Have you just seen Chad's message in the chat? He's got some fantastic news. We've just broke $1,000 US when you apply conversion.
Now let me ask some
Woohoo!
questions of my own.
Yes,
why does the
great
Oracle seek to awaken
oh,
the
yes.
Hydraean?
Well done.
Again, I mentioned it earlier. I want to say when we were on our quote-unquote date with Iris, we're just being very rude to this lady.
Let me be frank.
She asked us, like, what happened when you fought the Titan? We're just like, woke up and had a bad trip. And she's like,
tell me, what happened?
Kidding me? So, shout outs to a community member, Rudy, who timed all the potential combinations of these answers and has found that this is the fastest by 8 seconds. It took us a while, because you can't, like, the last chance to save is before the cutscene. Every time you want to time something, you have to, like, reload it. One of my favorite dialogue points at some point is, like, this one. You'd suggest I accept my city's destruction, and we just go,
nothing of worth to contribute?
Kind of, yeah, I guess. Deal with it. So basically, where we're at in the story is we are in the same city as our fiance, Luna Freya. We can finally meet up. I was mashing unintentionally, so this is the wrong dialogue option. But basically, she's like, Camellia is the controller of Altitia. Altitia is technically under Empire, the Imperial Empire's rule, but they kind of let it operate autonomously. So she's like, look, what you're doing is basically, if you're going to summon Leviathan, you're basically putting us in a point where we're going to get invaded because it's like an open act of treason. So if you're going to do this, you need to protect the entire city. And we're kind of hemming and hawing over the negotiating terms for how this is going to happen. Thankfully, she's like, well, you can take care of the city and you can assign 3 people to help evacuate. We're like,
all right.
Wow, we have 3 party members.
Allies?
3
Such a
whole
vote of
people to evacuate.
confidence.
3 whole people.
Well, you can trust us to
Wow.
do our part. And keep the oracle
I'm just
safe.
mashing because I'm like not
A
paying
final
attention to this at
warning.
all.
Oh,
But
I doubt it.
that's all right. So y'all are
My
getting to
duty
see
is to my
some
citizens.
extended
Should
dialogue
any
cuts
harm
here.
befall them, there will
One
be a
thing is this
reckoning.
area, like I
For
mentioned
both
previously,
king
is
and
beautiful. But
oracle.
another thing to note in this cutscene is just the lighting. The lighting, the character modeling, the
You
movement
understand
is
what I must
pretty
do.
impressive
I
coming
will
out of a
stop at
PS4
nothing
for a
to
game that's
protect my
4 years.
people.
So we're basically the negotiations go as you think they would between a 20-something-year-old
just
and
like
a
your
very
father.
seasoned bureaucrat. We say, well, I would like this. And she's like, that's cool, but no.
Thanks. You've made the right
And we're
decision.
basically pigeonholed into, well, we have to protect and save the entire city.
Assign 3 of your own for the evacuation effort.
We literally
choose is
opened the
up to you.
dialogue with, she's like,
According
all
to
right,
our
you know,
intel,
here are
the
introductions,
Imperial
and
fleet
our
will be
first
4
question we blurt
warships
out is,
strong. Steel
are you in a
yourselves for
relationship with the guy we met at the
full-scale
bar?
battle. I trust you understand your part in this.
So it's
What
just
happens next
very
is
absurd,
up to
but
you.
I don't know what it is. Thankfully, it's consistent in this game, though. Like, the dialogue just moves faster when you're just a very rude person. Which I guess is true in real life, too. If you're a jerk to everyone, no one's going to talk with you. It's like infinite dialogue skip. But we have a couple of fights coming up. There are going to be a few skips I'm going to try and pull off. I'm going to go for the first phase Leviathan skip and the third phase skip. Yeah, third phase skip. These are the fastest and most optimal ways to do it. I know a lot of people struggled with this fight casually. The actual Leviathan fight should take under a minute, which is absurdly fast.
They've lost the crystal. Was it so
But
long
until then, we
ago
have
last
dialogue.
time
If you have
I
any
was
plugs or
with
anything,
them?
feel free, because it's just like a little load-in cutscene where they show off the
seen the
game.
Empire go into
Intentionally, they
madness.
take you right by the area where you played the Platinum demo with the statue of Bismarck.
Okay, fabulous. So this will probably be the last time that this comes from me, but I just want to say a great big massive thank you to everybody that has been here today, everyone that's popped in and out, everyone that's stayed, everyone that has lurked. You have helped the cause, so thank you so much. The cause is the Worldwide Veterinary Service, and all donations 100% go to the Worldwide
During the
Veterinary
rite,
Service
we
through
must
the
see
Tiltify
to it
app.
the
Please do
Empire
not
does
forget the
not
incentive where you get
harass
to pick the
Leviathan.
final photo
Gonna be tough to
when you
pull
donate.
off
If you
before
go
the
through the
king receives your
donations, it will
power.
give you the
And with
option
3 of us
to
on
apply
evacuation
your
detail.
money and your
Indeed,
donation
the best
to
we can
the
realistically
incentive.
do is to help the
But
Hydra
once again,
help
I just want to say
herself.
a great massive
What
thank you.
kind of
It's
help you
been,
talking about?
and I want to say thank you to you as well,
Just like
Kios. It's been
Titan,
really
the
nice
Empire will
to
seek to
host
immobilize
and chat through the
Leviathan.
game and chat through the world of
with
Final
the
Fantasy
harpoon
with
things?
you.
I
So thank
appreciate
you.
it, because I definitely the first hour or two of this was not
Sounds
really
good in
awake enough to
theory, but don't
handle
push it.
commentary
It's
just
pointless.
completely by
Unless
myself.
you can get that
But yeah,
blessing.
No, no,
this is what I call the
Stay alert.
vanity shot of the game. They give you the entire layout of the city. All the light surfaces are reflective. There's textured shadows. They did an amazing making this game. But yes, thank you everyone for coming out, and thank you at Thunderthon for having me. I was kind of basically nudged like, hey, can you submit this? And I was like, yeah, I'll do it. I always love this game. It's fun. It's for a 4.5 hour run. It's very low stress.
Oh,
And
yeah,
it's just such a comfy run. Maybe it's because I've been doing it for time immemorial at this point, but it's just the breaks are very nice. There's always time you can read like a donation or any type of shout outs you have to do.
No, I've really enjoyed it. It's been very
Yep.
nice and very
You guys
relaxed. It's been a nice way to spend my Saturday, to be fair.
Yeah.
And we have just had another donation as well.
Yeah.
Woohoo! So we're up to £780. So this is
Look
from
at that
Iris and
crowd.
Ruby.
Like the whole
They
city's
have
gonna
donated
watch.
£5, and they have said, "We hope this goes to the animals we love so dearly. Love you all." So that is fantastic.
Oh yeah, thanks. I think I know who that is as well, yeah? I'm
You've got
sorry
some
if
great
by the end of
support.
this I end up picking up your accent. It's not my fault.
That's okay. Don't worry. You've got really good community and really nice
see 'em.
support. So
Dropships are closing in on the board.
that's just lovely.
Look for a vantage point to approach them.
Okay, look after the citizens.
Oh, thank you, iZombie. Great job by our host this morning. What, me? Thank you. Thank you to everybody.
Okay, cool. Rerouted my audio. Yes, shout outs to Cosmic. He's a cool dude. All right, a little bit of movement through here. I can get out of this encounter incredibly quickly as long as I do not make contact with anybody, which is kind of the goal along the way here. Just get out as quickly as possible.
Let's do this.
It's pretty tight air movement. I just want to stay pretty much off the ground as possible. And we meet Leviathan, and boy is she angry.
What about you guys?
I am... Look, I'm not always right, but when I am, no one believes me.
What? No time for questions! Man.
There has been a question, but someone's answered it. Duke Magnus did ask me to do Ignis DLC, but WoDB has said it's not part of this speedrun.
No, I've thought about potentially routing it all in, but that means I'd have to learn 3 of the DLCs. Like it might be one of those things that I personally put up for like a sub goal or like a dono goal or something. Like this game, I always have one thing in my back pocket that I like silently work on or silently plan out just to keep for like special occasions. For the marathon I did last night, I'm going back next week and I'm going to do a level 1 all Royal Arms Omega speed run. So I keep a run like that backed up. I have like a Pidios showcase. I have a bunch of just weird little things that I can do as challenge runs, or at least something that's interesting.
Yeah, so definitely drop the streamer a follow if you want to see more Final Fantasy 15 content from them.
But this fight, like I said again, casually is a bit of trouble for some people. I'm just gonna make it look easy because that's what I do. Interesting dialogue option here. If you choose to the other dialogue option, it increases her level by 10 levels and makes the fight harder for whatever reason. Cool, so we're gonna get dropped like a sack of potatoes here. This is technically the first phase of Leviathan. She's gonna fly around and destroy a bunch of buildings. If I can get this magic off in time, we'll actually skip all of it, which is really nice. I just need to be very precise with my timing and location of this cast.
So the only way you'll help me is if I take you down?
Nope, didn't get it. Sometimes the game doesn't give you the option of actually doing what you want to do, so I'm gonna have to make this work. Hopefully I can get close enough to just do some damage. Whatever. Lose a little bit of time there. We get the Barbie 12 Princesses any percent. That's a great speedrun, dude. You're talking to the third place standing holder now. But also, as Reliant commented in chat, this track is an absolute banger. Apocalypse Noctem. And this is the full power of Armiger. Alright, so if I can do this precisely, I will have 0 quick time events and take 0 damage in this entire fight. That's the goal, at least. She's already given me the business, but that's okay. Our equipment, outfit, and use of Power EX there, which is basically like a weaker version of the muscle stimulant, is intentional. You can actually over damage or under damage this and completely miss the skip that I would like to. So this is all pretty heavily calculated. My next maneuver here is I want to get her locked into like a death spiral. So I'm going to time this dodge to get her circling around in the right direction. I want it to, that's awful. I wanted to keep her up out of the water. That's all right. We can still get it. But basically, I just want to skip this next phase because it's really long. She goes underwater for like 10-15 seconds, and there's like a bunch of cyclones that come up, and it's just slow. All right, looks like she's going to need a little mulligan damage to get her to threshold, but this fight's over already. Yeah, pretty simple. So there's still HP. Yeah, I could drain her. But all of the body parts right now are vulnerable, and they will break off, and then you get like this mini cutscene that's just a time loss. And we have enough time. Like, she's still... Basically, the game is now figuring out, okay, I'm past the threshold for the 3rd phase, so I have to skip to 4th. So she just kind of sits there for a little bit, and that's when I get the extra damage I need to put in. Yeah, the music in this game is absurdly good. Cool, that is Leviathan done, and if my calculations are correct, we should be just under 3 hours, I think. Probably like 258 or 259 right now.
Very nicely done. You made it look very easy.
Yay. All right, so Noctis says it's done. Do you want the bad news, the worst news, or the good news?
I don't know. Let's keep it positive. We'll try to.
We're not dead.
Okay, that's good. But there's a big but coming.
Ignis can't see no more.
Oh, okay.
And my wife's dead.
Oh no. That is... Oh wow. And do you know what the worst thing is? It's now my time to hand over to the next host. So on that lovely lovely positive note, I am signing out. It's been a pleasure to be here with you.
Yes, thank you very much.
A pleasure to be here with everybody in the chat, but I am now handing over to the next host. Are you here? I heard you enter the call.
Yes, I am.
Hey, it's Amai.
Hey. Perfect. So I'm going to dip out now. I hope you have a great rest of stream, and I hope the Thunderthon goes well. So thank you all. Goodbye, everybody in chat, and thank you all for your donations and being so kind and welcoming to me. So yeah, take care, everybody. Bye-bye.
Wyatt.
All right. So, hey, my name's My Fox. I'll be here for the next 4 hours, and I see, unfortunately, I just came in where there's lots of death and bad events happening, but it happens.
That's all right. Things are going to get better, I promise. You're coming into a chapter that we skipped all of it, basically.
Nice. I actually haven't finished this game, and I'm like right in this area.
Okay, well, if you ever get bored, you can try this. Personally, I like the way that Chapter 10 is set up because it's kind of like a little bit of a puzzle dungeon with some cool stuff going on. But unfortunately for the devs, they left a gap in an invisible wall, and we're just going to skip the entirety of it and just go straight to the boss fight.
Really useful.
Yeah, it is. And the good news is you used to have to sit through this train ride for about 5 to 6 minutes. Maybe not that long. It's about 3 minutes. But for the speedrunners' sake and for casual, like, for people that are like doing New Game Plus files, they don't have to sit and wait for 3 minutes. You can now just take a seat, and it's like, okay, we'll skip the cutscene for you. You can explore the train. There's actually a bunch of really powerful items on the train just chilling there for you. Because basically we're in Cartanica. It's outside of a mine, and there's really not much here. There's like a kind of an item shop. There's like a food vendor and a dining car, and well, that's about it. The dude to the left sells swords and some potions.
What?
So we don't even have like a just weapon shop. It's just kind of mangled. Our buddy Core's gonna give us a call here, who's like, hey, just so you know, there's another royal arm here, so it's kind of good you stopped. And we're like, all right, cool. Like, where is it? And he's like, oh, it's down in the mine. Hold your nose. What do you mean? He's like, no, don't worry, you'll figure it out. All right, I guess, man.
I'll manage somehow.
So, however, our friend Ignis, our good buddy Iggy, he can't see too good anymore, so that's kind of a problem. But we're not going to leave a friend behind because we're good people like that. But the game is going to now tell us, hey, Ignis is kind of slow, so you know, maybe change your pace a little bit to accommodate for it. We actually don't have to. at all. I'm actually going to do a quick little glitch here to open the camera, and that's going to stop our auto walking. I don't know why it works. Shoutouts to the Japanese runners that found that. And I'm going to head back to the entrance because, you know, I don't actually want to do this. I didn't bring anything to protect my nose. I don't know what Core's on about. But I am going to check out this really cool crane over here. It's a really nice crane, isn't it? And there's a hole over here, so I'm going to miss my jump. Everyone can point and laugh. Speedrunner that skip. But if you're guessing what I'm doing, yeah, there's actually a hole in the map there that can allow us. Rough. All right, I can still mess this up for like 5 minutes, and it's still faster than doing it the right way. This little setup here.
Hey, buddy.
Oof.
Could you try to stick together?
Just off a little bit. There we go. Gated. Yeah. Now Phoenix can laugh at me for missing the chapter 10 skip like 4 or 5 times. Sometimes it just really do be that way. There it is. So we're just gonna fall down this massive hole, which actually takes us to the back of the boss room. We had a previous skip that would actually end us up over there, where I'll try and pan the camera as I move. There's a giant crane arm right there, and the goal of the level is you have to probably pay attention where you should be going. But
what is this?
Basically, you're supposed to get the crane out of the way. The previous version of the skip has us jumping just behind the crane. But this is much faster generally, so we're going to take out this big mean Marlboro. He is a stinky, stinky boy, and this is why Core told us that we should hold our nose. Just enough damage. So now we're in like a bit of a cycled fight. The first time I did this, it took me an hour to figure out that I just need to literally take direction with what the game is telling me to do. This Marlboro is super strong, so we're just gonna, every time it pops back up, we're gonna hit it with a warp strike. Yeah, it took me an hour to figure it out. So it's like, flee the fight. And it was like, yeah, you got it, fam. I fleed, and then it was like, no, I want you to do it somewhere very specifically. Let's see if we get instant skip here. Perfect, instant skip. Chances are I'm actually gonna get downed coming out of this cutscene. I'm surrounded by Marlboro. Maybe I'll get lucky here. I'm just gonna try and force a warp strike out. I'm just gonna burn this high elixir. I don't particularly care. There we go, that's done.
Now, we've a fighting chance. Whisking them just makes a mess.
Oh, no worries, dude. That's why I was like a 251. There's absolutely no way I finished chapter 9 with a 251. That would be that'd be 6.5, 7 minutes ahead of my PB, which is just not. It literally is not possible. I don't even think he is that fast. But hey, we got a really cool weapon, the Katana of the Warrior. It's super dope. Literally, it's like only good for like parrying basically, but it also does insane warp strike, like counter damage. Sadly, we have no use for it. But that's it for chapter 10. That's it. Chapter 11 coming up is also going to be fairly quick, and then things slow down a bit for chapter 12 and inevitably 13.
Stop in Tenebrae.
So, as with Lizzie, if you have any questions, commentary, just feel free to hop in. It's my pleasure to be running this with y'all. So feel free to make yourself comfortable and at home.
All set for boarding?
Definitely. I do remember some of this actually when I was playing, and that chapter took me significantly longer.
Yeah, so that chapter has actually undergone 3 or 4 changes due to updates. The original version, you kind of just get dropped off and you're left to figure it out yourself. The second version, they added quest markers for stuff, and then they realized like, hey, this still kind of like is somewhat confusing for people that don't know what they're doing.
So then they completely rerouted the area to make it a little bit more like, hey, here is how you do it. A little bit more blatant. Like, this is the puzzle which you are undertaking. Yeah, I'm still on like a typical Kios marathon run, 4:28.
Feels good to ride the rails. Sure does.
But Ignis is now in better spirits, even though he still can't see. We're not sure what, you know, what the result of that is, but this is the consequence of him having to grab the Ring of Blue Sai. Not having royal blood, the ring lashes out with its power, and you know, it apparently blinded him.
Conspicuous craft remained behind. The Chancellor's. The last thing I
Yeah,
remember
to explore these stories a bit more in like the DLC, I believe.
Yes, absolutely. So Ignis's DLC is the only one that's kind of not apparent. Like when Gladio leaves, it's a pretty decent sign that, hey, you should maybe try the Gladio DLC. But Ignis's DLC covers what the rest of the group, and specifically he, is doing when they're all split up in Altitia. It's very cool. You get all sorts of kind of... It has a almost Assassin's Creed feel to it. The way you're moving about the city, you get like a zipline kind of deal. It's super cool. Kind of like Batman, but with cooking and daggers.
This trend continue before long.
Personally, I'm a sucker for the Prompto DLC. He's my sweet cinnamon roll.
The Empire's already slain half of the 6.
Isn't his more like a, I guess, third-person shooter type?
Yeah, in a way, it is a bit of a third-person shooter, which is something rather strange from Square. They're not really known for that, outside of maybe like Tomb Raider. But it plays very nicely. The soundtrack is very befitting of Prompto, and the story is just gut-wrenching.
Don't want to keep him waiting.
Also very beautiful. Even though it's mildly monochromatic, it is a very beautifully textured and detailed. Yeah. It's a shame they couldn't have just, like, I understand why they didn't put the DLCs in as part of the base game, and I don't like scummy marketing where it's like, hey, if you want to learn more, here's DLC. But, like, if they would have put these DLC into the game, it would have significantly derailed the story, which was already kind of suffering with a little bit of pacing issues, especially with how Chapter 3 and Chapter, 6, 7, 8 come along. But at this point in the game, we're pretty much literally on a train to the ending. And we're just gonna keep chugging along. But first we're gonna have a problem. Time has pretty much slowed down to a snail's pace. And Arden is on the train with us, and he is being a nefarious dude. But he's not acting like the Arden we know. We're really talking the Arden. It's rather strange. Shortest cutscene skip in the game literally just skips opening the door. Like, we skip like a fraction of a second. Not sure why it's a cutscene, but I guess it's a cutscene.
Come on, Noct. You're scaring
He even called me Noct. He's never called me.
Cut it out. It's not safe. Plus, you're causing a scene. You think this is funny? Dude, are you seriously
That's a
trying
really cool outfit, though. I will give him that.
wouldn't I? I've got...
Shoutouts to Jeremy Irons, Darren DePaul. Yeah, the character design with Arden and his advancement within the story is something that I really, really, really enjoy. Earlier mentioned in this, Ignis said that the nights are getting longer. That's because the Empire has slain 3 of the Archeans, and we have taken 3 of them as well. Or no, they've slain 2. We have 3 of them. There's only 1 left, which is Shiva, realistically, that we can get within the game. We have, well, really no idea where she is besides a rough estimate of an area called Gralia, which is a snowy, tundrad wasteland filled with pretty much nothing, except maybe a secret military research facility. We don't know. You'll learn about that more in someone else's. Yep, snowfields and sand dunes coexist seemingly miles apart. The one cool thing they did with this game on the load screens is I'm thankful that they added like
at the end of a chapter when you're loading into the next one, they have like a little synopsis of the story so far. And during certain load screens, it'll flesh out more information like the area you're in, or like maybe a couple of tech tips, but it's not just like, oh, here's a cool splash screen and a loading bar. Like they give you a little bit more information along the way.
We have to protect the people.
I do enjoy games that do that, but I know some on PC will automatically skip the loading screen once it's loaded, and you don't get to read everything.
Yep.
Leave these guys to us.
Some cool tech here. Should be just enough damage. Perfect. By 190. Good damage roll.
Let's check the rear.
But this section is basically, we're going to hurry up and wait for a tank to crawl up to us, but we are going to have to fight a lot of enemies at once. This is my last chance to open prey for some extra Magitech boosters. So I'm going to focus on just clearing these enemies. The other important thing that I need to do is make sure my armiger gauge is filled up as quickly and efficiently as possible. Ooh, good vulnerable on that. Again, using the air step sword gives us a bit of an advantage. It builds armiger fairly quickly. Prompto's being a great decoy here. We're going to get a blindside link, which doesn't lose us any time. This is pretty much time locked until like the exact end. I'm going to try and lure this guy over here, get a free explosion knockdown. Nope, not far. Armiger bar is halfway filled. I'm just going to try and avoid going down if all possible. It's a small time loss. I'm just trying to keep us on pace, save us some time a little bit here. One muscle stim. I can always use an extra muscle stim, no doubt. And been doing a great job conserving MP here. These guys just have one thing on their mind, and it's blowing up trains. Yes, perfectly timed. I can get damage on both of them. And I'm going to be very careful with that guy that's running at us. That is the armored assassin. They can pretty much just bring you down to vulnerable state rather quickly. Hey, there's a lucky Magitech booster. And we're almost done filling our armiger bar. It's good. Prompto, thank you for taking that damage. Now basically it's just kill a few extra waves of enemies, farm for drops, and try and position myself close to the point that I need to be at. MP is in great shape. I don't have to manually attack anything. I can just kind of vibe out. Another muscle stimulant. I think that's more than I actually need, but hey, having an extra one ain't gonna hurt anybody. It just means I can be more aggressive on Ravis. Oof. Geometry collision.
He's ready for round 2.
If I do this right, I might be able to get all 3. I'm just gonna let it do its thing. There we go. Another Magitech booster. This is all just saving us little bits of time later throughout the run. Tank should be coming right now. Perfectly timed.
Looks like they've rolled out the big guns.
Yes, information on loading screens is such a great little accessibility tool.
Come on! We're leaving!
Alright, 2 more of these boys to take care of.
They're hot on our tail! They're gonna blow us to bits! What if we blow them up first? How's that now? Shoot them. Oh, well, there's an idea.
Oh, and do we have a moment for me to read our mission statement?
Feel free.
All right, so we're donating for the Worldwide Veterinary Service, which is helping animals in places where no one else can. Right now, thousands of animals are suffering silently with no chance of ever receiving veterinary care. Like you, we don't think this is fair. Worldwide Veterinary Services provides free expert care to animals in need all over the world. We do this by sending vets where they are needed, by training them to increase the standard of care globally, by shipping in urgent aid supplies worldwide every week of the year. So let's get those pounds all donated in, everyone, and check out some of the incentives we have next. I know Spoopy Penguin is up next with Pumpkin Jack, and you can pick some costumes.
I pushed Prompto off a train. I'm sorry, Prompto. But that that was textbook chapter 11. Really no complaints with that one, thankfully. But the bad news is now Ignis is blind and we don't have Prompto. So we're down basically 1.5 party members at this point, which is not great. And obviously, since we were attacked and bombed, we're going to have to stop somewhere along the way. We can't have civilians riding this train this far. Or, you know, enough people have suffered because of what's been going on in the world. We don't need to grab anything else, you know, making anyone else suffer. But first, we gotta get to our destination. So I mentioned this earlier with Lizzie. There's actually a break that we have created in this run. If I can get my movement quick enough, I can actually prevent us from having to fight anything in this area. So if you like need an emergency bathroom break, a water break, your spaghetti water's boiling, you have the ability to take care of something really quickly if you need it. I'll take advantage of that just to stretch out and maybe summarize, answer some questions if we have any in chat. Apparently yawn a lot.
What about Prompto?
What about Prompto?
It's probable he's no longer where we left him. In any case, he may try to contact us.
It wouldn't be a speedrun if there wasn't lots of yawning.
Yeah. I woke up at 7, so I was a bit early, but that's all right.
Yes. Okay, on my way. I'll be there as soon as I take care of these stowaways.
Also, some more bangers.
And things just got worse.
Oh yeah, the music in this game is so good.
I love Yoko Shimomura. She is an absolute powerhouse. Yeah, I'm just gonna start peeling away from these guys. Our little horrible enemies. If I do this right, I should be able to get them stuck. I may have to deal with like one goblin, but I should be able to stick everyone in a point where they actually can't get to me, because the game's going to tell them that they want to go, you know, straight line to me. Oh, this guy's smart. But notice how the train is starting to curve. We'll see some more enemies spawn, but they won't actually be able to get to us because you can only cross through at the center of the car. And because the train is going around a curve, they're trying, the straightest line is not to go left. I think this guy beat it though. Cool. Trying to drink some water and this guy's just gonna interrupt me. Unforgivable.
Can't take much more of this.
Very rude.
Very rude. Yo, what's up, Dad? Yeah, I hear you. It's alright. I've been up early. My 3D print finished. I have to delaminate that from the bed at some point. But yeah, we should have roughly like I'd say about an hour left. So we're on good pace here. Yeah, my dad watches my Twitch stream and is subbed. I'm clearly the coolest speedrunner. Nay, the coolest streamer.
Oh, 100%. I give it to you. I don't think I'd want my parents to watch my stream.
It's alright. He's used to my vulgar language. Alright. So, coming up is actually one of my favorite fights in the entire run. I don't know why I like this fight. I think it's mainly just because it's so technical and it combines a bunch of different skills and techniques that we have in the run. Also, them big spiders. Big spooter. Also, for some reason, you can just skip this entire completion cutscene for some reason, and you just... It's basically 2 cutscenes in one, but they, I guess, forgot to split them.
That's nice.
Yeah, nice little cool time save.
Just a flesh wound.
Nobody likes spiders, so it works.
Afraid not.
My dad's favorite streamer is not Toju.
Cruel world.
Shoutouts to Mutsky's mom, who also has a Twitch account, and her favorite streamer is not her son Mutsky, it's
Wasn't there
Toju.
one more of you guys?
To be fair, Tyler is like one of the most pure and lovable humans I've ever met, dude. I don't think that dude could say a hurtful thing if you,
Then quit moping, keep hoping.
you know,
And
put
the
him in physical
meantime,
duress.
handle what's at hand.
Anyway, hey, it's Aranea again. And she's like, yeah, hey, I'm not with the military anymore, but I stole a bunch of their stuff. I'm a mercenary
Thank the
again.
demons.
Like,
Pawns of
all
the
right.
Imperial
She even has her
Army.
own ship, her signature red ship.
Fought
But
for.
she's like,
My men and I
yeah,
are
we're in the search and rescue business now. Which is odd considering we just lost a party member in the frozen
You mentioned being
wastelands
part
of
of the relief
Gralia.
effort. We have a favor to ask.
But right now, we
In
need
light
to
of what
get
you
these
told
people
us,
off this train.
We
And we need to get where we're going. Coincidentally enough, this is Tenebrae.
Leave 'em
This
to
is
me.
where Luna Freya lived. We've been here once before, not in the game, but canonically. There was supposed to be a DLC episode for Luna Freya. I have a feeling it would have explored this area because those are not just flat pictures. Those are actually rendered, like, solid structures. And it would have been cool to really explore this
Pigs in a
area.
wedge.
Sadly,
No need to
or-
worry. They can take a licking.
but we meet our Final Fantasy friends, Biggs and Wedge,
Driving a
and we're
train to
gonna
Gralia.
ask them to drive our train to Gralia.
Who would you have me ask?
You got us there.
We'll do it. Hey, really appreciate
These
you going out of
these two
Yeah.
dudes are rather hard
No
men,
sweat.
but they're really cool. They're super helpful along the way, and they don't complain a single bit.
Thanks for the.
And it kind of goes a little bit into their backstory a bit as well. Again, this game was designed for people, maybe this being their first Final Fantasy, so it explains a little bit of the lore that Biggs and Wedge have been in this game for a very, very long time in the Final Fantasy series, as the creators really like Star Wars.
I know you said that all that is rendered back there. Is it like highly detailed or just like low res?
It's not 2D, I'll tell you that much, from what I've been able to ascertain. But yeah, there are buildings. It's not like a flat surface. I accidentally jumped into Aranea. I didn't have to talk to her, but she basically gives us a little rundown like, hey, it's a shame about the Chancellor, who is Arden. She's like, I really didn't have anything to do with it, but I'm not trying to see the world, go down the toilet. Dude, I love Toju. I hope he is doing well. We have a bunch of little cutscenes here where it's basically learning about how Gentiana and Luna Freya kind of knew that this was fated, and they wanted to try and see, how it all plays out. Anyway, we're basically done with hanging out in Tenebrae. There's not much to do here. The dining car's open if you're hungry, though. We just need to give them a holler when we're ready to shut off. Which is, now. Like I said, we have a very interesting fight. I enjoy it. We're going to be paired up with a bunch of imps, a bunch of wraiths, and a giant deathclaw. This fight has thrown us for a loop for a while to get like a consistent strategy that would work, that wouldn't leave us short-handed elsewhere. So I have a quick little menu to do. I'm going to swap stuff around once we get to this area. But I like it. It's just very action-filled. It uses all of our techniques that we have amassed throughout the run at once. We have magic, we have buffs, we have some warp strikes, Armiger, and Armiger Chain. Also, this used to be an area where you just kind of have to sit and wait it out. They'd basically give you a chance to explore the train. There's a couple of cool items here again. You can still do it as a speedrunner. I don't need anything. I don't have time to waste, so I'm just going to sit back down on my chair.
Let us hope we pass through the
Go
gorge
fast.
without incident.
Gotta go fast.
The gorge I'm worried about.
into the Arctic crevasse. Which is nice. Like, the thing is, this game gives you the opportunity to explore if you want it, but it doesn't force you to if you don't want to, which is really nice. I enjoy games that give you the opportunity to be led around a little bit and shown the world, but doesn't force feed it to you, but also doesn't just say, well, here you go, figure it out, chief.
Yeah, I feel that. I have a lot of problems with some open world games because it just makes you go out too much, and then I get distracted and lost and bored.
Yep, that's why I warn people about Chapter 3. Chapter 3 unlocks most of the rest of the map. Just remember what you're supposed to be doing. Feel free to explore, but don't get lost in it. I'm gonna over menu there. And I'm gonna swap my equipment up just a little bit here. Ice Brand, and this is going to be dual cast Blizzaga. Need a little bit more power here, but I'm gonna dive into this fight. If you have anything going on, I'm just gonna focus on it because I want to get in and out pretty quick.
Let's clean up out here.
That's good.
Yeah, we don't have too much here, but as Chad let us know earlier, at least in USD, we have passed that $1,000 threshold, so let's keep those donations coming on and everyone.
Yeah, that's absurd. Y'all are super generous. Thank you so much for turning out and supporting a lot of runs, a lot of runners, a really cool charity. A lot of this is not possible without the help also of staff. Got a great list of staff members, hosts, runners, people doing restreaming, tech, comms, all that stuff. All super appreciated. Vulnerable? Vulnerable. Yeah, it's the Winter Wonderland. I'm putting the Winter Wonderland in the Winter Wonderland event. Damage is looking a little suspect here. See if we can get it. Don't miss, don't miss. He backed up. All right, that's fine. We'll get absolutely trucked, but then we'll get through it. Deathclaw took a couple of step backs in his attack, and we missed out on probably about 20,000 damage, which is exactly what we needed to put him down. So a little bit of time loss there is what it is.
Ain't got time to waste.
For me, again, a little bit of time loss is like 2-3 seconds, but we still should be on pace to be a few minutes under estimate, even with worst case scenario.
You hold it.
Anyway, Arden's back again to taunt us once more.
The hell?
But if you are a youngster, you might want to ask your mommy and daddy if you can see this next scene. It is a little revealing, but not too revealing. But we're gonna meet one of the final gods of the game, Shiva, and just much like the important things that we made were the friends along the way, we've known her for quite some time. We just didn't quite know it.
Oh, there you are. I'm worried about your friends. They've fallen and they can't get
I wonder how cold that is.
Probably very. But it's okay. I'm from Pennsylvania. There's always that one dude in Pennsylvania that's wearing gym shorts and a t-shirt in a snowstorm. It's just like clockwork. This year it was our lieutenant governor. But hey, it's Shiva, who is actually Gentiana. She's going to offer us a chance to ask any question that we may have. Being a speedrunner, I just say, nothing. No thanks. But we are going to get something very important, that Trident of the Oracle. And we smashed Frozen Arden, so everything should be good. That would be SNES. Of course it's SNES. He's a hockey player. But the bad news is, Arden's not dead. As we figured out, this crystal thing that we've been chasing the entire time is a bit of a source of his power. So unless we do something about the crystal, we ain't doing anything about killing him. He's basically immortal at this point.
I figured it wasn't going to be that easy. Once you got the Trident, everything was good to go.
Dude, the Trident will be one of our main damage sources for the rest of the game, though. Like I mentioned, the Royal Arms all have something special about them. This has like, I don't exactly know what to call it, but when you attack, it leaves a hologram behind that also attacks. So we're basically just like stack damaging everything, which is really nice. It's great burst DPS. All right, so as of this point, Arden has now decided to stop being kind of funny with us and is serious. He basically locks our magic power. So as the King of Lucai, we have the ability to basically just have like kind of that weapon storage thing. And we can warp strike and do all sorts of cool stuff. Well, we don't have that now, so everyone's weapons are locked. We have none, and we now face one of the most intense scenes in the game. I have to not crash the car. So basically we are getting off the train and we are heading directly into the Imperial capital. Zagnatus Keep, to be precise. And hopefully we get there in one piece. We have some dramatic music. We have a car that handles worse than... Basically it handles like it has 4 flat tires on ice, on sand, with oil all over it. It's pretty darn bad.
So bad. I remember.
So back in the day, these barrels did not have collision, which was great because you just kind of blow through them, whatever. You can take a very tight racing one. Now the barrels have collision, and sometimes the barrels do nothing. Sometimes they flip you on your roof and the game crashes because it's an unhandled exception. Sometimes you get spun out and you do a nice little 360, or as we call it, the Austin Powers, where it just turns you sideways and you have to do like a 27-point turn to get unstuck. It's embarrassing. I've lost PBs to it. Everyone that's on the leaderboard has lost a PB to this at one point or another, if they've done more than like 5 points.
Just focus on your driving. You can do it, girl. You can get through.
Very solid game design.
There it is. That one wasn't too bad, but the game just decided that even though I hit the barrel with the front of my car, my rear end was just going to completely break free. So an unnecessary 6 to 7 seconds time loss. I just don't know what I'm going to do with myself anymore.
Let's be quick.
Yep, the goggles, they do nothing. The car does nothing. But now we're down a friend's vision, and we just crashed our dad's car. At least we still have the boat, I guess.
Come on, this way.
Noctis was temporarily sinking through the floor there for whatever reason. Another thing that was added in Chapter 1, or update version 1.13, is we now have the option to take a slightly easier route, which, being a speedrun, we're going to. And it's still any percent, because it's any percent. Now, we start the game on normal, and we have not changed the difficulty. But this gives you a sneak peek into how Gladio's DLC plays, which is also really nice. Kind of like a free little trial version. Normal version of this takes like an additional, I think like additional 15 to 20 minutes, and you need to have a very, very good equipment loadout to get through it. Maybe not equipment, but as long as you have enough ethers, you can get through anything. But this is Chapter 13, as played by Gladio and Ignis. Basically, we've gotten separated, so Noctis has to go up the keep, and we're just trying to link up with him somewhere, anywhere along the way. As with the rest of the game, we're just kind of gonna ignore pretty much every enemy that we can, and strictly fight boss monsters.
I have a feeling the Chancellor isn't so generous.
Arachne is gonna bop my line again. Boo. Losing out on very important milliseconds that I would like to save.
Especially during a marathon setting, you need those seconds.
Oh, I do. Hey, have a good one, Dad. Please don't work too hard.
It's dead silent. More like undead silent. Place is crawling with demons.
The other interesting thing is the Gladio's run button is also the same as his attack button. So instead of just holding circle, I have to mash L3. It's kind of funny, but definitely something you should get used to if you're going to learn the run. Because it's not a button that's really generally used on, well, except for like crouching maybe in most games.
Where are we now?
Wherever it is, it's a mess. Watch your step.
So we're just going to ignore everything here. Ignis is still kind of at a slower pace, but it's fine. It'll catch up. The enemies in this game are really nice. They once Ignis loses his sight, they follow the rule that you shouldn't hit a person who wears glasses, and they just kind of leave him alone.
Then we've none to waste. We need to find.
But basically, the long series of cutscenes we skip there basically give us insight into what's happening. There is a character that we've been kind of trading, not physical barbs with, but every time we meet them, they're always surly and snarky. But they are
Looks like some sort of cargo bay.
basically revealed that they're not as bad as we think they are. They're actually one of the reasons we've been able to stay alive so long. And, well, something horrible happens to them along the way, but yeah, Arden's playing his usual tricky sorcery. Being as he impersonated, or basically became prompted for a little bit, he's back to his old tricks, doing it with a couple other characters.
We ought to be close to the core of the keep by now.
But we've made our way up to the crystal, or well, close to the crystal area. And I'm going to actually get into a fight here, intentionally. The purpose being, the way Gladio's damage is dealt, he has this little rage meter right there, and that dictates if we get any bonuses or multipliers with our damage. So I'm going to boost it up real quick, and this will give me a chance to maybe get a one-cycle Foros if everything goes lucky and correct. So I'm going to try my best for it. Hopefully it works out and we get a quick fight. If not, I lose like 10 to 15 seconds against what is like my best possible time. Going to open with a nice blindside here. Get a counter. Alright, so I should be able to get my Razor Claw off. Hopefully. Bless, Bubba. Razor's Edge at max damage, very nice. I can keep him here. We should only need one more cycle. He needs like literally one hit, that's it. Very nice. Fast for us. Not the fastest due to damage rolls, but that's pretty darn quick. Oh, looks like we got another raid. Zenith, welcome in.
Hang in there, Noct.
Thanks for the raid, Zenith.
Yeah, if you wanna bump a promo or anything, feel free, because this is just like basically run to the end of the level now.
All right, no problem. Let me go into some of the upcoming incentives we have. As said, for Spooky Penguin's run of Pumpkin Jack, there is a costume incentive that you can choose, as well as later on there is a glitch exhibition for The Legend of Dragoon, and after that there is a incentive for Resident Evil 2, the 1998 edition, for Zoolander Percent, which is a run that I recently taken on myself, and it's hilarious and difficult. But you unbind the left key and your character can only turn right. So definitely get some donations into that, because that is a really cool run to see.
I turned left. What is this? A school for ants? Needs to be at least 3 times bigger. Zoolander's an underrated movie.
In case there is any doubt, it's a
trap. Yep, 15. Shoutouts, you mentioned Legend of Dragoon earlier. Shoutouts to our boy from Boss, to Jumby, taking on one of the runs I actually run and know as well. That is a classic RPG and criminally underrated in my opinion. Alright, pretty simple here. We are now imbibed with the power of the ring. I will be taking it off because I will not use it. I just like it.
So what does the ring normally do?
I'll show you. I don't gain or lose time because this is a section, but there is a dodge like parry attack called Holy. You can also drain the enemy for HP, and the most important one is actually Alterna, which is like a one-hit kill. So there's that, and I'm gonna try and get Alterna off here. Nope, he died first. But basically the ring has the ability to one-hit kill potentially anything in the game, including almost all the bosses at a percentage chance. The only enemy that is immune to it is Omega.
That bastard's playing with us.
But basically it turns the endgame into an RNG like kind of crapshoot.
Reunited with your retainers at
So
last.
I prefer not to do it that way. I think no ring is obviously more consistent, but it also shows off the strength of the runner a bit more. Yeah, I know. So technically the world record run for any percent no ring has ring usage in it, but the runner that got it, we were doing the series relay for Final Fantasy. He was like, hey, do you mind if I show it off? I was like, no, because like in that section you can't actually gain or lose time, so it doesn't really matter how you kill the enemies. And he's like, all right, I'll show it off. Proceeds to get world record.
I knew you'd go
So
that
it's
way.
we had to add a little disclaimer to his run, like, hey. Yes, that's a Smashing Pumpkins reference, Wody.
Do you need help?
Oh, and I want to throw it out real quick. I'm a bad person. I lied. There is no longer a Zoolander percent incentive. But, you know, we got the other incentives and still keep the pounds coming in. Love y'all.
Yeah.
Of course I was.
Boy, my throat's a little raw after all this talking, I tell you what.
Of course. That's
I can only imagine. I give you props for being able to do a speed run this long. I couldn't imagine.
This is easy. Legend of Dragoon full run is like 12 hours. All hunts for this game is over 14 hours. What else have I done that's stupid long? My first Final Fantasy 12 run was like 14 and a half hours. It's all like it's easy. You just if you like the thing is you can have the time for it. It's just getting comfortable. Like once you can find your comfort in the run, it becomes very easy. And you just kind of slide right into it, like a nice pair of pajamas. I'm gonna use the one trick, save the run, infinite sprint. That's it. It's the only time you use it. We thought about using it so many times, and it's just, as it turns out, warp striking and jumping is just consistently faster.
I've heard this sound before. On the train, just before your weapons fail.
All right, so now we have basically found what's been blocking our magical power, this generator here. Stick a sword in it. Nah, I don't need hauls. I'm probably gonna make a tea quick, and then we gotta go out and go grocery shopping. Yeah.
Let's roll.
All right, it's a quick menu here. I'm gonna get rid of this for this magic we've been loafing around. I'm gonna equip the trident, which is big damage boy. And we're gonna put our hey now. Our Armiger accelerator on there. I need to get Armiger up. I need it very, very badly. But we're now gonna basically fight our way through the hangar. Forward onto the hangar. And no luck on either side. And I'm basically just gonna be put through a series of fights. And we're just gonna use all of our equipment, all of our magic we have on hand, and then I'll show off the trident of the Oracle here with my many holograms doing multiple layers of damage. Easy. I'm gonna bring back that Blizzaga we used a while ago, and that's gonna be the magic we're gonna use to take us through the most of the rest of it.
I see you decided to rock the ring.
Yeah, dude, I autopilot so much, even in Nier, which is probably why I'm stinky running. I need to stop autopiloting. Flesh Fortifier is not a drop I wanted to see because that's now going to mess up my viewing a little bit. Whatever. Thanks, game. I am gonna lag this. Okay, perfect. Everyone decided to come into the room. Except that boy. This is unfortunate. So basically what happened is the door locked and Snaga just got out before the door locked, so I had to kill it through the door. I haven't had that happen in a while. That just means you're moving really quick and the enemy decided that it wanted to just like bug out, basically. I have had that lose me runs before. I have had it basically soft lock the game because it decided that it wanted to run like literally completely away and I could not do anything about it. I'm waiting for that spawn to come into the room here to drop this, and that should clear the rest of the room. I do have a bit of a little bit of a menuing and gathering thing to do here, so if you have like a mission statement to read or anything, feel free. Next good break for like donations or anything else will be after we touch the crit.
No problem. Yeah, don't have any new donations just yet, but I'll go ahead and go back to the mission statement, which is for Worldwide Veterinary Services, which they're helping animals in places where no one else can. Right now, thousands of animals are suffering silently with no chance of ever receiving veterinary care. Like you, we don't think this is fair. Worldwide Veterinary Services provides free expert care to animals in need all over the world. We do this by sending vets where they're needed most, training them to increase the standard of care globally, and by shipping urgent aid supplies worldwide every week of the year. So let's get those pounds coming in so we can save these animals, everyone.
Hey, buddy.
Yeah, let's do it this way. So these are the last two magics that I will need for the rest of the run. They're not super impressive, but they will do the job. And also, it's literally the only other things we have on. So we're kind of stuck with it. Fortunately, but also unfortunately, my armor bar is a little bit low, so this fight is going to be like fractions of a second slower because my damage is going to be off by like 1/10 of a percent. Yes, it all stacks up.
It's mine. Truly, the Emperor does seem kind of keen.
Waiting my time. For some reason, if we wait just that little extra bit, it skips an entire spawn wave. I don't know why, but if you manage to wipe the room quickly, it will basically force you to fight another wave. Another quick. Wow, I've never seen drops like that. I got all those drops somehow before I sold everything off in after I dropped everything off in chapter 7. Okay, so this is one of the RNG decider fights. We're gonna fight our, turns out to be friend Ravis, who corrupted by the crystal. This fight will go fast if he doesn't move around too much, and I can just kind of lay into it. So hopefully that's the case. Awesome. This is a great start, and I'm gonna wheel out the muscle stimulants. We're just gonna kind of start tearing into him here. I'm gonna break off my armiger here because he's about to go into a vulnerable state. Maybe it was a little early or late. We'll find out here. I timed this correct. That is timed perfectly. Awesome damage already. He's going to go into some warp striking, which I don't like. That means we're losing time because he won't stay in one place. I'm going to try and put damage in him as I can. Meanwhile, keeping an eye on my HP as well, because using Royal Arms, it will deplete fairly quickly, just like it did there. I have 2 potions. If I can just get some blind sides in here, keep the damage up. Still have a muscle stim. Use another one real quick just to help pump it down. like to bring him down before magic spools, which it looks like I'm on pace. Perfect. Excellent. Pretty clean fight. Could have been faster, but everything can always be faster. Our next very, 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 very important goal is I need to make sure my armiger bar is full before I leave. It needs to be full, otherwise I am in some serious trouble.
I love some of the designs of Final Fantasy.
Oh, 15 has some great ones in it. Another good one is another one that I play, 12. 12 has some really unique character designs, enemy designs. But yeah, really no expenses were spared for this game. There's some dope looking enemies, some cool skills.
What about you? We'll manage somehow.
But thankfully, I'm just going to stand here and get myself prepped. I don't really need to worry too much. I preferred if that Gargantua stayed where it was. He's not going to listen. But the elevator's open. I'm just going to try and put myself in the corner here where I can't get sucked out. The Gargantua have a gravity type skill, which he's actually using right now, and I may have gotten sucked back into the elevator, which could be a potential problem.
You better think fast. I don't envy you your decision.
Okay, luckily I got out there. So if you aren't moving the second that you gain control again, it closes the elevator and sends you back up, and you have to redo it.
Majesty. Imagine that's rough with everyone waiting up there for you.
Yep, it's not a great time.
Don't die on me.
But
if you wish to obtain the crystal's power,
I'll just let Arden say it.
prepare to lose all else.
Basically, Arden cut us off from our party, and we have to go and get the crystal.
Those remember who died for you. Do you ever wonder what went through their minds? Can you even recall their final words?
I'll come back for you all. I swear.
Ah.
How far's this go? The crystal had better be here. Everyone's counting on it. Counting on me.
Here it is. The crystal. So after I touch this, we have like about 2 or 3 minutes you can go through if there's anything to do. Otherwise, I'm going to get up.
All right, no problem. So I'm going to go through some of the polls for donations we have later on. For our Pokemon Snap run, we do get to change the file name. Currently, we have Snap in the lead with 32 pounds. And we have Todd coming in second place with 24 pounds. There's also Canon, Nikon, and Sony as names. After that, we have Uncharted 2, Among Thieves costume selection. Right now, Donut is winning at 3 pounds, but we also have choices for Cameraman and Skeleton. As I said later, we do have Pumpkin Jack right after this. The different costumes available are Inspector, Buzzard, Skeleton, Lumber, or Pumpkin. Wonder what that's like. Then we have you can choose the file names for Donkey Kong Country 3. Right now, Shrek is in the lead, as it should be. But we also got Sanic, Vets, DK, CRW, and Thunder, short to THNDR. Afterwards, we can go for the ship color and Shatos, I don't know if I said that right, but I tried. Which we have purple, green, blue, which blue should win, and red. And we also have, for Metal Gear Solid Integral, whether we're going to kill or save Meryl. Saving Meryl is currently in the lead, around his hand, sometimes we can get violent. other targets we also have, still some time left on these, is Ultra Heaven 5 with only 5 jumps in the game. Super Monkey Ball Banana Blitz, that is at 16 pounds 75 pence out of 55 pounds. We did meet the goal for Isle of Ew, Sea Arrow Hamsters. And then we also have one last target for the Pirate Bay Tour in Cal the Kangaroo Round 2, which is at 25 out of 50 pounds.
Hey, we're back just in... Anyway, we're gonna link up with Bahamut. The airship Bahamut, she has fallen. And Bahamut is ostensibly a bit of a jerk, but he then offers us basically the answers to any questions we may have. In traditional speedrun tradition, I will just say, I'm good. Thanks.
The King of Kings.
Lore.
Yep. I don't. Yeet yeet.
The light waxes full.
Skip cutscene. Cool. So we end up, if anyone was here from the beginning of the run, while we were cruising down to Golden Key, Prompto mentioned an island. And as it turns out, that is the island we are on right now, Angel Guard Island. But Umbra is waiting for us. Dad's boat is waiting for us. So we're going to figure out what happened. But we made it out of the crystal alive, somehow. Because I'm wearing the exosuit, it hides the fact normally our character model is now very dirty and has like a half a goatee going on, hair's looking a bit scraggly. So it's basically apparent that some semblance of time has passed. I gotta check my Magitech booster status.
How long was I out?
But yeah, it's not looking... Golden Key's looking pretty desolate and dark.
It looks great watching him drive the boat with that on.
Yeah, right? The other thing you'll notice is the rest of the entire game, there's been a clock next to the mini-map, and that's gone. For whatever reason. And we'll get into explaining that in a little bit. I believe Core's going to touch on it, so I don't have to kind of ruin the surprise. I have 4. Excellent. So the Magitech boosters, I've been hoarding them for a reason and wanting them as drops. 1, they make pretty powerful magic, but 2, they also give us a temporary, I think it's like maybe 30 seconds or so of unlimited MP, which is nice, or 0 MP cost. And I just am basically going to use that to try and save whatever little bits of time I can latch onto. Because movement time save is free time save. I don't pay any price for doing it. And basically what we're trying to do is we're trying to get back to anywhere where anyone could be. I'm actually going to start looping up this direction as we have a cutscene. Normally you're meant to just like kind of head towards Hammerhead if you remember how to get there. But instead I'm just going to let myself get run over by a truck. And we're going to meet a familiar face. The very young, annoying child, Calcut. He's a man now. And he's going to give us a little bit of the lore rundown. I'll let him, so I don't have to talk over him. Not a cacophony of...
You think so? Guess I've grown some these 10 years. 10 years.
But yeah, we've been out for 10 years, basically. And since we have started the game in Chapter 1, approximately 11 years and 1 month have passed. So it's been a journey. This bachelor party has gone so horrible that we can't even finish it in under a decade.
Oh, speaking of which, the guys said they're near Hammerhead right now, so we'll be
just
meeting
want
them
to
there.
say real quick that we received a £1
ever since you
donation
disappeared,
from Anonymous. Loving the event so far. All hail JRPG
still has light
speedrunners.
thanks to the power plant, so just about everyone's taken refuge there.
Only there?
Everywhere else has been abandoned. Demons moved in, forcing the people to move out. People still swing by the garage at Hammerhead from time to time, but it usually isn't
But
for
yes,
repairs.
basically the world
These
has
days it's
been
less of a
plunged
service station
into
and more of a Slayer
darkness.
station, a base for
And really
demon
the only place left is
garage is still open,
Hammerhead,
though. One of the few places that is.
some resistance settlements, and Lestalem, because Lestalem has the power plant, so they can generate lights, which is the only thing that the demons
kicking all right,
can't
just
destroy.
not as hard as before.
But it's a nice little. It's nice that they give you a little summary here, a little catch you up on
Someone
it.
suggested he move the garage there too, but old man Sid wasn't having it. He called it a big fat chocobo turd of an idea. Said it just wouldn't be the same anywhere else.
That sounds like Sid, all right.
Miss Cindy said she didn't mind either way, so the garage will probably stay put for a while, and without any tinkering to do, Ignis's gourmet seafood is about all Sid has left to look forward to. With all the demons prowling around, more folk were getting hurt, or worse. So Iris talked the marshal into taking out the demons themselves. Iris the Demon Slayer, they call her. Gladio and the others.
Darn, this area looks really cool. I sure wish we could play in it. Well, you used to be able to in Comrade. Is no longer in service.
Miss Cindy, but she's already married to her work.
And Ignis.
He hunts too. We tried to stop him, but he wouldn't listen. He said if anything,
Look, you leave Noctis alone. Him and myself do struggle to grow facial hair. Alright. Sorry, I'm not a manly man.
Gladio and Prompto usually hunt on their own as well. It isn't often you see the three of them together nowadays. They still work as a team every once in a while, but each has his own set of tasks to keep him busy.
Is that so?
We've arrived, Your Majesty. Everyone will be so happy
When I
to
first
see
played
you.
this game on PC, I loved the way those, I can't remember their names, the giant
If you
dudes
have
with
any
like the
other
flaming
questions,
swords that we just passed.
Red Giant?
Like, yeah, like the way their graphics looked, at least on like the PC version, I was just like, man, that's amazing.
Yeah, the PC version, even on low, is like better than this, which is absurd. Luminous Engine does better when it has more power. Okay, hopefully I will not embarrass myself here. I know I have everything I need. We haven't used this strategy since Chapter 5. The food we are going to eat is going to nerf our health by 90%. Give us, like, basically double all of our remainings. And at some point, I'm actually going to take the exosuit off, just to prove a point.
I just realized, is Ignis still cooking even with the loss of his situs? So
yeah,
that's amazing.
Project Athia is going to be insane. All right, so this is the final stretch, the final chapter. How is the final photo incentive looking?
Let me check here.
Holmes.
Right now, group photo of all characters is winning at £15.
I'm surprised we haven't seen these graves around.
Why would we? Because they're doing what Huntsman's dealing with the demons as they go.
Their bases up ahead.
Alright, that still has about 10 minutes.
Ignis is in second at £3.42. So if y'all want to only see Ignis get the spotlight and the other characters can do their own thing, you know what to do.
I have a pretty important menu coming up here. I'm gonna just dive into that. This menu is basically gonna set up the rest of the run. I forget who asked earlier, but this is where we actually unlock the ability to change to controlling the other characters. And we will be using that in the Kings of Yore series of fights. I want my dual cast here just for safety. And we're going to link up with Core and fight a bunch of bugs. I'm going to basically force my PS4 Pro to just literally lock up and not know what to do. But that's okay. That's part of the fun. Now we just have a series of Aramon to take down. If you notice, my damage is just literally absurd. This is a combination of food buff and stat buffs. That's going to lose us a lot of time, and I dislike it. Use a Magitech booster here as well to kind of limit how much time we have to spend using items. Aramon are absolutely killing me right now.
More or less.
Alright, fight done.
I've been fought together, like, glad you made it back.
Cord's gonna give us a rundown of like, hey, here's what's happened. Some of the people have managed to stay in Insomnia, and just kind of live under the city in an attempt to keep the demons clear and, you know, keep our path to the throne open if we ever would return, which we have.
We're stationed just up ahead. It's just about the only place we have left.
And this is a mixture of like hunters and Crown's Guard members.
Here, take.
Core's going to give us a key. That's going to unlock some of the gates in the city.
Perfect.
I only needed to unlock one key. Yeah, you made it, Dub. How was 9 last night, brother?
I sense trouble.
Sense right. Nice, Iggy.
No time for compliments.
Yeah, I got work to do.
All right. Our final goal now is to just make it to the Citadel. Pretty clearly where Arden is waiting. And now we are back topside in Insomnia, and it is not pleasant. The city has seen better days. It looks like a bomb has gone off, because it probably has. Second try death, guys. Not bad. Spin to win. Spin to win.
On the plus side, their electricity still works, though.
Hey, yeah, you know it. We are good to go. This is Cerberus. This is going to be a bit of a techie fight.
Where's the marshal when you need him?
I'm afraid he's already preoccupied.
And we are going to lean heavily on Ignis's ability called Enhancement. Now, what Enhancement does is it imbues us with elemental energy. I think he got all of those. Yeah, he did a spin, so he took all the damage for that. And that means we can fight Cerberus's weakness, which is ice, imbued in our attacks. I forgot to use the Magitech booster, a big dummy. And that is phase 1 down. On to phase 2. And we're just gonna keep hammering. Okay. Bad dog. Well, we just missed out on like 50,000 damage. It's fine. We're gonna plow through this anyway. Alright, successful fight.
Glad that's over.
Indeed. No time to waste.
And I have officially taken off my super armor. This is not in vanilla. This is Royal Edition. Normally in vanilla, you take a different pathway through the city, and you end up fighting Behemoth King there. But things are gonna change. We have a bunch of fun stuff left to do. But I am intentionally taking off my invulnerability armor because I need more damage. So we're gonna just play it super risky here. It's actually not though. If you can execute the strat properly,
It's gonna bring the heat.
it's a pretty safe fight, but it will be over rather quickly. The phase 2 of the fight. Phase 1 is just kind of whatever. Phase 2 is where the hard stuff comes in.
Stay down. We'll keep him busy.
No! Over here! Quickly! Before he strikes again!
Here comes.
Don't blink, Chad. It'll be over really quickly as long as everything that's supposed to happen happens.
Here you go. Let's go.
No crit off the top. We're already in somewhat bad shape. There we go. It's fine. And this will give us the invulnerability we need for.
So even that wasn't
All right, here we go.
Time for the worst. Out of the frying pan.
Explaining this fight got me my current job. The best story about being a speedrunner ever.
Ignis, I need you to. Of course. No.
And that fight's over. There's Ifrit for you. Nice and easy. Shoutouts to Clerion, who figured out that strat on like the second or first day of speedruns, and we never used it until we decided that no ring was a better category. Gonna have to power EX here for Fierce. So for those of you that had to sit through the malady of last night, here's how it's supposed to look.
One that I intend to keep.
Yeah, that's the entire fight. I'm gonna do it again. All right, we're now introduced to some of the old kings of yore, including this gentleman, the Fierce. And he has a couple of HP levels we want to hit and or potentially avoid. All right, come on. Still have his aggro, which is nice. Gotta look at the floor. And we should be able to basically put him down with us and a couple of extra attack. Then we're going to swap to Gladio, so we prevent the game from forcing it on us, and I think my damage just be enough here.
I've served as your shield through thick and thin.
There is a chance that I have a glitch here where I get through this. I just get this cutscene twice. No one knows why it happens. Hey, I had to do it last night with the wrong strats and I had to figure out how to do it on the fly. Yep, we got the double. Son of a gun. It only does it if I have a really good fierce fight. If I'm slow, it doesn't. I think it might be some sort of issue with the game just not accepting that it's that fast. Either way, that's the fierce. We say hi, we say goodbye. So after this next fight, we need to close the final photo incentive, just so you have time to like get it in and set like an actual ending point for it.
We better keep moving.
So far, we still have a group photo of all characters in the lead, so that may be it.
Okay, that's fine. This next fight can take anywhere between 1.5 minutes to literally 30 minutes. Depending on how rude the game wants to be. Generally, it's about a 2.5 to 3 minute fight. Record holder for worst fight and best fight. But this will be the road. She is a king. That's right, I said she. She hid who she was so she could be a king.
The throne room waits outside.
Very ambitious lady. Yeah. Very quick, very crafty. The weapon that she wields is one that we can get. It's at the top of Ravito. Or no, not at Ravito. It's in the...
Tonight.
I forget where it is. It's cool though. It's like a giant throwing star. It's super cool. I even save a photo of her, Sharky. I think I intentionally... Oh wait, I did. All right, good start. She took pretty much all the damage we threw at her, which is a miracle. I'm gonna use a power EX here, and she is off screen. So, oh, nope, she's back. Cool. I'm gonna have confidence here, and we're gonna pull out the Fyra early. Actually, you know what? Just kidding. I'll use the Blizzaga. More damage. Her HP isn't as low as I want it to be. She's bold. She's staying in place for one. That's it. Excellent. This is a very cooperative road. Perfect. Didn't even have to heal either. So basically now we get swapped to Prompto, and we basically have to gun her down, which is not a big deal. Thankfully, I've been able to trace her pretty good here. This is actually a horrific road fight. Wow, on the last shot too. Beautiful. This is as perfect as it can be. She did not leave the arena except for the second phase, which is fine because we have range attack. That would be a gold split for me by about 5 seconds if we didn't get the weird double bug.
GG either way.
Yes, yes. Anyway, we're done with that. We now have one more boss fight to go before the final boss. How are we looking time-wise?
Let's keep moving.
We're at 4 hours and 14 minutes.
Okay, plus 12 minutes. We're in okay shape. Not exactly where I want to be, but we're good. Now we get to swap to Ignis, who is an absolute beast. Yeah, would you say the timer was off, Sharky? Like 10 or 11 minutes? Or 12 minutes or something like that. So whatever it is, add 12 to it. This should still be sub 4:30. If not, it'll be remarkably close, which is not bad for some of the bad luck and failures we've had this run. Just need you to stop moving, Mystic. All right.
Nothing stands in Nox's way.
12. So we're at like what, 26 or
something like that. Still has a chance.
Yeah, like 427.
427, yeah, it'll be just over 430, which is not bad. We've had some weird things happen in this run. That's all right. We got him. Got both of our shots in there. I need you to stay on the ground. Thank you. And I'm looking for a specific damage multiplier to hit, and I can basically take the rest of his health. Just need him to stop moving around here. That should do it. 3-5 should be enough. Nice. No way to screw up from here on out, buddy. But this, as it turns out, is not Arden's brother, who is a big jerk. I won't spoil any more of that, but if you play episode Arden, you get to learn about his brother and what a horrible person he is. Yeah, we'll be underestimated. Don't worry about it. I always shoot for a 430 with this. Because the marathon run, I do a couple of extra things that I don't normally do to just make it a little bit safer. But those are the kings of yore. They are gone as quick as they appeared. You have done well. You have done well. This is going to be that. And this gets swapped to there. Ooh, one more thing to do. All right, now time. So I guess we were taking the group photo.
Yeah? Not much farther.
Yep.
Well,
that is the winner.
Knocked.
I will go with the big old Chapter 9 group photo. I did not get lucky. Sometimes Gentiana shows up in that photo. It's like just a random chance of occurring. But we have the Crown's Guard, our friends, and the Chocobros.
I get it. You can take
base. They weren't in base game.
How about a shot of us?
So me personally, with a lot of these types of games where it's all like apocalyptic at the end too, I don't know how these people deal with like not taking showers. I would die.
Yeah, you get used to it. Hi, Sleepy Noodle.
Yeah.
Oh, big scary ferret. There's a big scary ferret here. Oh no. All right, so we're about probably 2.5 minutes from the end here, maybe. Maybe 3. It really depends on what Arden's like. But here we go into the final boss descent, where we meet up with Mr. Grumpy Pants Arden. I'm going to introduce him to my magic, which basically will seep a lot of his health away. And I'm going to get very unlucky. I have gotten a summon, which sucks because I'm pretty sure my damage storage glitch is now broken. It's just too far away. Like I said, everything's going to depend on how Arden goes, and right now he is really not cooperating. Looks like we're only going to take 2-2. For some reason, you can store your last chain warp multiplier, and we're going to bring it with us to this final fight here. So we're actually right now, for literally no reason besides that, doing an additional 2.2 times damage. He's going to end up killing us early here, and we're just going to have to take the slow road now. Our damage is not great, but this prevents us from getting killed, like almost happened there. Once his HP gets a little lower, I'll go in physical because the damage is much better. I just want to get him wound down nice and easy. There we go. All right, so basically we have just a little bit of fighting left, and time is coming up rather rapidly, probably within about 40 seconds. I just need to make sure he doesn't goose me here.
Yet when your father died, you walked when your beloved died.
And get ready for time.
Powerless to stop it. You think 10 years is a long time? It is nothing to me. I have lived in darkness for
And
years.
time.
So, that
Nice.
is how you
Hooray.
end it.
GG.
And while the timer was
GG!
behind 12 minutes, let's be real, it ended on 4 hours and 20 minutes. That's the right time.
So about a 4:30, 4:32-ish or whatever. It's not terrible. A little bit slower than I wanted, but we got to showcase a few extra things. And I can cut whenever. I know we're running a little bit behind schedule. If you guys want to get a chance to catch up, I can just dip it.
Once more.
This time, you can rest in peace.
We're good. I mean, I say we don't have any donations, but you know, while we are ending up the end of this, was there any shout outs you want to do?
Shout outs to Cosmic, the rest of the Thunderthon crew. Thanks to my regular community showing up, Sharky making sure I was awake at 7 a.m. this morning. Glad I could show this off again in second time within 24 hours. It's been a real treat and an honor. Thank you for the donations. Thank you for a wonderful cause. Just appreciate the opportunity. Hope to see y'all around some more. Maybe I'll jump in on the next marathon as well.
Yeah, definitely. That was fun to watch. Even though I only got here for the second half, it was still pretty cool. So, once again, kyoslilmonster, thank you very much for running here. Up next, we do have another run coming. Let me just get clarification on which run that will be. It may be Devil May Cry.
It's all you.
All right, so just got clarification. Next, we are having the run Pumpkin Jack by Spooky Penguin. There still is a costume select incentive on that if you want to choose what our good friend Pumpkin Jack is going to look like. And for that, the different costumes we have is the Inspector Pumpkin Jack, the Buzzard Pumpkin Jack, the Skeleton Pumpkin Jack, the Lumber Pumpkin Jack, and the Pumpkin Pumpkin Jack. So let's get those donations in so we can get all